You get your stuff needed.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, March 27th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. If you would please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to the podium to speak. We ask that you speak directly into the microphone and speak clearly, as this meeting is being transmitted electronically and being transcribed. So, Madam Secretary, if we could proceed with our first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right, anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are happy to hear comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and take them from you. I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City who wishes to make a public comment? Do we have a way of knowing? Nothing? Okay. So I can't see Carson City. So I have, or is that Carson City right there? Okay, good. All right. All right. There's no one present in Carson City at this time here in Las Vegas. Public comment. Yeah, that's not, can you go without water for 3 minutes or less? Okay, perfect. Yes, could you state your name for the record, please?
Thank you. Everyone here is trying to do whatever you can to help. My name is Robert J. Cipriani. Robert 702. I'm a professional gambler. Can you guys hear me? Oh, sorry.
Could you start over, please?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Again, thank you, board, commissioners. Thank you for everything that you do to try to make Vegas a better place. Greatly appreciated. My name is RJ Cipriani, aka Robin Hood 702. I'm a professional gambler and philanthropist who loves Las Vegas. As it relates to the Resorts World Las Vegas matter and the fine you're about to decide on, I know we're here today as a direct result of the harassment and intimidation I endured at that property. It was that harassment and intimidation which led me to the federal authorities in California, including the IRS Criminal Investigative Unit, Homeland Security, and ICE, where I laid out all the incidences of wrongdoing that was taking place at Resorts World Las Vegas. The same information I brought to Scott Sabella's attention, leading unfortunately to further harassment, intimidation, and ultimately my unwarranted arrest, multiple bogus felony charges, and wrongful exclusion from that property. You may ask why I went to the federal authorities. Because after making it known to Mr. Sabella, the company's chairman, KT Lim, in a December 8th, 2021 detailed email, and to multiple emails to Joe Lombardo, the sheriff of Las Vegas Metro Police Department, about how I was being treated, as well as advising them of all the criminal activity going on at that resort. They went on the offensive and further harassed and intimidated me rather than acknowledging that they had matters that needed to be attended to and corrected. Yes, I brought Dave Strode's involvement in the Mexican restaurant El Cabron to Scott Sabella's attention and to the attention of many others, including this board and the federal authorities. Yes, I brought others to Scott's attention as well as this board's attention, such as Robert Alexander, Brandon Sattler, and Eddie Ting. I'm also the one that advised Jim Murrin during this MGM venture in during his MGM tenure in 2019 about the wrongdoing going on there with Scott Sabella and the others, which led to a $7.5 million federal fine. I would urge the board and commission to look into the backgrounds of retail venue ownership at Resorts World Las Vegas, including the vendor Joseph Angelo Bravo, who went to prison for 87 months for drug smuggling. I would ask the board to acknowledge there was more than just two bookmakers involved in management's purposeful neglect at Resorts World Las Vegas, evidenced in no better way than the birthday party thrown for Eddie Ting, another convicted felon who was welcomed with open arms. And I would ask the board to consider a more appropriate fine for the property management team that felt that they could do whatever they wanted in this town. As Scott Sabella warned me in a text message after I was arrested, that I still have, I'm bigger than you. That's what Scott Sabella told me. I just wanted to acknowledge the commission members here today may not be the same as they were in 2019 and again 2021 when all these matters happened. I'm very passionate about this because I'm trying to make the world a better place. I'm trying to make Vegas a better place. I love Vegas, but I'm afraid to come here because of what's going on. And it's up to you guys to change that because there's other people besides me. I'm a high roller. What about the other people that come here? They need to feel safe. They need to know that you guys are giving a deal, a fair game on a deal. And that's not what's happening.
Sir?
So please, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I'm only here to help protect the other people that are coming here, 40 million of them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to make public comment? Sir, if you could state your name for the record.
Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker.
Before you start, sir, for the record, we've been given commentary in writing that will be part of the record. Okay, when you're ready.
Okay. I don't think Resorts World should be fined for allowing illegal gambling. All casinos engage in illegal gambling and have done so for 30 years. Why punish them and not punish the others? Every month for the last year I've come here, I have given you proof and evidence that all casinos engage in illegal gambling, but you have ignored it. Casinos use tapered cards because they allow the playing cards to be arranged instead of randomly distributed. Casinos use shuffling machines that read the face of the cards in order to arrange the cards instead of randomly distributing them. At the roulette table, the same number comes up 2, 3, and 4 times in a row, which defies mathematical probability. All of this is proof that of illegal gambling in all casinos. Why do you all of a sudden pick on Resorts World? You have ignored illegal gambling for over 30 years And now you want the public to see you as a defender of the rules? What a joke. Why do you enforce the rules against one group of casino owners and allow other casino owners to get away with illegal gambling? This commission is what needs to be investigated. Do you favor certain casino owners over others? Pretending you care about illegal gambling is silly because you have ignored it the entire time you have been on this board. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi. Oh. Good morning, Diamante Asbury for the Culinary Union. The state of Nevada depends on gaming industry workers organizing for higher standards for themselves, their families, and our community. We want to talk about what Red Rock Casino employees have endured. It's worth restating part of the decision reached in 2024 by the top labor law enforcement body in the United States. And this is a long quote, right? So the centerpiece of Red Rock Casino's unlawful campaign was its tri-part message promising and granting employees tremendous new benefits without the union, threatening to withhold or withdraw these benefits if employees selected the union, and implicitly threatening that selecting the union could only lead to years of fruitless bargaining without any improvement to working conditions. This highly coercive combination of promises and threats was accompanied by a barrage of further unlawful conduct, including additional threats that selecting the union would lead to withdrawal of favors or extras or help that employees could otherwise expect from management, implicit threats of job loss related to strikes, and the interrogation and discriminatory treatment of union supporters. The coercive impact of these unfair labor practices was magnified because they were committed by the respondents' highest ranking executives, including Red Rock General Manager and Station Casino's Senior Vice President for Human Resources, as well as other managers and supervisors at all levels. The top labor law enforcement body in the United States also decided at Red Rock Casino that the most important unfair labor practices here were planned and executed by the respondents and Station Casino's top management and owners for the express purpose of interfering with employees' organizing rights. And that's the end of the very long quote. Red Rock Casino still continues to litigate this decision before the DC Circuit Court. We're confident that the facts and the truth are on the side of the workers. No gaming license holder should threaten, intimidate, interrogate, or discriminate against these workers who power the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. I think I've been here twice, 3 times, right? So, good morning to you all. My name is Cassiano Corpus, spelled Casianocorpus. I have worked at Palace Station as a casino porter for 33 years. I'm a union committee leader inside Palace Station, which means I talk to my coworkers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life and a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, a pension, and a better insurance. Station Casino does not want to give us what we are asking for. Every day I go to work, I am afraid because I don't know which day might be my last day. We only want Station Casino to respect daily struggle of us employees and to sit with us in the negotiating table and sign a union contract. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present that wishes to make public comment?
Commissioners, Howard Cino. I'm here to speak on NR6. Investigations units reached out to me. We're going to have a meeting in the near future. I'm hoping that you can postpone any action on that item until we have time to meet in person. I believe they're going to come down in the next week or so. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present that wishes to make public comment? That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, if you could please read the next agenda item, approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for February 2025.
All right, I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in the restricted consent items?
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 4, 7, 9, and 10. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
I believe we've all had the opportunity to read the investigation materials and information provided on the consent items. If there are no questions and or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted consent items number 4, 7, 9, and 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. That brings us next to the non-restricted items. Madam Secretary, if you could please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Clarity Game Nevada LLC for registration as a holding company. You also have the applications by Michael John Gahn III, David Drew Ross, Stephen Michael Harris, and Joseph Max Asher to pledge their membership interests in Clarity Game Nevada LLC to Michael J. Gahn Family LLC as lender. It is also the applications of Clarity Game Opco LLC doing business as Stockman's Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the applications of Clarity Game Nevada LLC, Michael Gahn III, and David Ross for finding of suitability and or licensure as a key employee, member, and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Executive Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of Clarity Game Nevada LLC. To my right is Mike Gahn III. To my left is David Ross. Also in the audience is one of the minority equity interest holders who was waived, but Joe Asher is here present. So I just wanted to note that he is here for the record. This involves a transaction where Clarity Game would be acquiring Stockman's Casino in Fallon, Nevada from Full House Resorts. If it is acceptable, I thought I would turn it over to David to sort of give a little narrative as he did to the board to sort of explain the transaction, why it was attractive to this group and provide the plans.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Once again, David Ross. Mike and I are not only honored, but privileged to be back in front of the commission. I think we've known each other for almost 50 years and been in front of you numerous times in numerous situations. This time we are starting our own gaming company. We just acquired 2 casinos in Colorado, and this would be the 3rd in Stockman's in Fallon. It's chose Fallon's for a few reasons. We had just purchased the casinos next to Full House's large development in Cripple Creek, and this opportunity came to be. We think it is a wonderful opportunity. We think we have the best opportunity in Fallon in terms of the building and the excess land, but we get one of the greatest assets that wasn't on the balance sheet. It was the employees, and all of the employees. There were a layer of employees that were regional employees for Full House. They are staying to run their property at Lake Tahoe, but we have made offers to all of the others. That was very important to Mike as we start a gaming company from a culture standpoint. All of that will come across with their seniority, their same earn rate on their PTO. They have to cash out because we're different EIN numbers, but it's an opportunity for us. We're probably in the next 6 months, probably change out somewhere around 40 to 50% of the slot machines. We'll be doing a remodel and carpet and paint. And so again, we're very bullish on Northern Nevada in particular. We both have homes up there, as well as our families. And so for us, it was an opportunity to get in, follow his father's footsteps. I think I've shared with the board. I feel like Mike and I received PhDs from one of the masters in gaming, which is Michael Gahn. And I got to learn under Jackie Gahn, his grandfather. And so for that reasons, we're extremely excited and honored to be here. Don't have a formal presentation, but happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, both of you for being here, or the three of you for being here. At this time, I will ask my colleagues if you have any questions. Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I do not have much in the way of substantive questions. They were either answered by the materials or by your prior presentation. You did reiterate today that all of the employees were offered positions, correct? And that included the ones that were in table games that was eliminated, I understand?
Yes. So they eliminated table games in January. Full House did. So that was not us.
Okay.
My understanding is they were able to integrate those into the building.
Okay.
The only, I think, Mike, there were like 2 or 3 individuals that were part-time that were Full House would call to work and they were unavailable. So those 3 individuals that they just didn't show up for work. So they'll probably be termed as a matter of course before we take over. But yes, everybody else has made an offer.
Well, I did want to commend you and your company on that. Obviously, the employees' work history gives them seniority, and that's something that they can't easily require elsewhere. I always very much appreciate when any owner comes in and appreciates and values that loyalty. So I commend you both for doing that and trying to find places for those that were displaced due to the change, and to the prior owner as well, since obviously they're the ones that did it. I didn't have any questions about your background. I mean, you both have impeccable backgrounds and are very much suited. I understand there's a limitation on Mr. Gahn's just because of timing issues on getting a full investigation done, but I have no problem supporting your application. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. McGinnis and folks. Appreciate you being with us today with this big smiles and a wonderful project for the city of Fallon. Fallon's a dear place to me. My public service probably started in Fallon in a fateful way probably 30 years ago over that. So it's near and dear to me. Stockman's is a place I've often walked into. It is a tired property with all due respect, so I absolutely see the opportunity and the representation of becoming just really entrenched into the community, being part of it. And I think you, Mr. Ross, talked about, there's some simple things here: good food, good service, and loyalty to employees. That is a magic ingredient wherever you are, but particularly in the rural Nevada areas. But it's not a master's degree. You all got doctorates from Professor Gahn. Your family has, again, just done so much for this state. I'm delighted and excited to see this energy and this expertise continue and to be applied into rural Nevada and other places. But before us is this item in Fallon. So I am eager and delighted to support your application today.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Well, I'll carry on with the love fest in that case. The two of you have known each other for 50 years, junior school together. Whoa. And you both are well built and your families into the fabric of our gaming community. For all of us who've been in it for a long time, Mr. Asher too, if he's in the audience, for what is done. I know we had briefly touched on at the Gaming Control Board that William Hill may be involved with the sports book, and I don't know if you'd like to elaborate any further on that. I know your priority will be the slots area, I would imagine. Any color you'd like to add?
Currently,
Go ahead, Mr. Goy.
we currently have a William Hill kiosk
Right.
on board, and we'll continue with that moving forward. So
I think, Commissioner, what was on the record, so that what you may be reflecting on is again, learning, as you articulated, PhD from Michael Gahn. At some point, we will tie in. I'm still the president and board member for the Rampart Casino. We are tied into the South Point. They do our risk management for us, and it's only a matter of time before my partner on the right and I go back to his father and took it, right? But right now, Mike's right. We are going to keep the William Hill in place until such a time we come back to you guys.
Well, I join my fellow commissioners in congratulating you both in your careers and your families and all of you. And we'll have no hesitation in supporting you today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here. This is exciting, this project in Fallon. Like Kurlicki, I have been in Fallon many times as a Boulder City High School student. They were our big enemy. So I've been to Fallon, very familiar with Fallon, and this couldn't be, a greater opportunity for the city. I did have a couple of questions, and I don't know who wants to answer them I know it's been vetted, all the questions, but I just had a couple. Wondering, I know you talked about, I didn't realize it was Full House that changed and eliminated the table games. But I was wondering how else or maybe you could expand on how you guys were going to expand the slot floor and improve gaming flow as indicated in the investigative report.
Sure. You want me to Mike? So we did, as we were filing the Form 6, did communicate with Full House. We didn't want to blindside them. Table games and Keno both had negative cash flow for the last few years. And so for us, it was a business decision as we had to submit to the board. And we just, basically sat down with them. So they wouldn't sell the same numbers and said, yes, we sell the same thing. We were going to close it. We just didn't know, we didn't want to trip the wire in the contract for operating the business in ordinary course. That said, that slot floor, there's 200 games, roughly 189 games. There's probably 60 to 70% of them that are over 20 years, 15 to 20 years old. So we're not competitive. If you walk down in Fallon to our other competitors, or you walk Las Vegas in the highly competitive locals market, or Reno or Sparks or Carson City, the slot floor is simply not competitive. And so our plan is to bring in the right product, whether it's a mix of participation, owned games and WAP games, and be competitive. We want to leverage what we've trained under Mike's father, great food, great employees. That's what separates us. The machines are the same as our neighbors. We know that. But what separates us really is the quality of their customer service they get. So changing the slot floor is paramount. New carpet, new paint. Mike, the great thing I have is a business partner who's got an architect as a background. His father's still mad at me probably, but Mike is an architect by trade in terms of his college degree, and he's already got plans for remodel. And we were actually, so those are the first things that we want to attack. They do have a steakhouse that is also closed right now. There just wasn't enough volume. They were opening it 3 nights a week. Our plan is to come back. Do we put a sports bar? How do we activate that? We'll probably put another bar in the property. Just again, to make it more competitive, but those are the high level.
That makes sense. Also, I know you've talked about all of the employees staying there. I think except for I read somewhere in the report, maybe one went with Full House, but are these some of the other incentives that you've talked about maybe already, or are there any other incentives that you have given these Full House employees to stay with you rather than perhaps staying or going to Full House in Northern Nevada?
So they ran the Grand Lodge casino in Incline Village in this property. They kind of ran it with a kind of a corporate thing. Majority of those employees are staying with Grand Lodge. We have one that's staying with us. She's actually been with the property 38 years. And so she is a wealth of information. And so we're very happy with her. And so she will continue to work with us. As I think we said, the one employee, I think at one point we didn't get all the Keno and table game. We got all of them except for one employee at the time, but we have since then they've been able to hire that person back. So we've gotten all those employees, and the only employees that aren't coming over are a couple. I think there's 3 part-time people that haven't really been showing up as they've been called in anyway. So it's just a matter of, at the end of the month, they will terminate with them. So. And we'll move forward with all the existing employees. And as you said before, we are respecting their seniority and their date of hire. And they take great pride in the South Point every year when they do their employee appreciation party, that we have people that have been with my father for 50 plus years. We get 1 or 2 every year recently. So it's terrific. And, we would look to build that same culture with us.
And finally, I know that you touched on the sports book and how William Hill's going to run it. But I was wondering, can you explain, there was something about this assumption or a possible assumption of a 60-month contract from 2007 with the Leroy's Horse and Sports Book. How is that going to work?
I don't know exactly that timeframe, other than it, my understanding is that they do have an agreement. They are going to assign it to us, and then we will sit down. I don't even know if that they have a lease in terms of they paid lease. I don't know if there's monetary. I think they just put the kiosk in. So we'll explore it. Like I said, we have no immediate plans right now. We have so many other item 201, I guess, out of, but we have to change the slots. We have to redo the carpet and the paint. Those are our priorities, and the food and integrate with the employees. And so those are our key things, but eventually down the road, we will come back to you on that.
Well, thank you again for being here. It's very exciting for Fallon, and I fully support your application. So thanks for going to yet another community and making it better in Nevada.
Barbie?
Chair Tagliani, I have one additional question as I looked back at my notes. Subsequent to the Gaming Control Board hearing, I think you mentioned that the licensing, the city of Fallon, Mayor Tedford were looking at moving away from the grandfathering part, and they were actually changing the ordinance. Were they able to do that at their meeting this month?
Well, interesting enough, Commissioner Krolicki, right after the board meeting, I got an email from the city attorney, Trent Tabraga, who informed me that they had changed their mind about doing the ordinance change, and they went ahead and decided they would just put on the agenda an approval to transfer the existing local gaming license that Full House held to Stockman's to Clarity Game Nevada, subject to Nevada Gaming Commission approval. They heard that last week, and that did get approved. I had advised Chief Rippey that had been taken care of. So they had decided they don't want to change their ordinance. They went ahead and approved the gaming license transfer, the city gaming license transfer. And tomorrow they are having a special meeting to do the liquor license component of this. So that would be the final local license that would need to be granted by Fallon. And the goal is if this is approved by the commission and all these things come together, that the changeover would happen March 31st to April 1st. So Clarity would take over right at midnight.
Well, regardless of route, thank you for the clarification, and now we know, and that's most helpful. Thank you for doing that. And perhaps we'll see you on Labor Day weekend. I hope the Cantaloupe Festival activities at the Stockman will be profound and robust.
Looking for a big day, sir.
There you go. Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, thank you again for being here. Everybody has covered everything that I could possibly want to know between the board and the investigation and my colleagues. And I echo the compliments of my colleagues. This is, the easiest decision ever. So at this point, you're eminently qualified and you're doing a great thing as far as Fallon should be concerned, and we're concerned. So who's going to make the motion?
I can. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for being here.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Barbara Wilson for finding of suitability and/or licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Oak Tree, and it owns Interblock. Here with me today is the CFO of Interblock, Barbara Wilson. We know you've had a chance to watch the board meeting, so today she would just like to give you a brief overview of her background.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. My name is Barbara Wilson, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. A brief overview of my background is that although this is my first application for a gaming license. I have spent my entire career in regulated industries. As CFO at Interblock, I'm responsible for the financial matters for the business. I have folks on my team that report into me from Las Vegas, from Slovenia, as well as Argentina. I report to our CEO, John Connolly, and our board of directors. And I have 3 direct reports. A little bit about my background. I have been always believed in being active in my community. I'm presently a member of the Northwestern University Transportation Center Advisory Board, and I mentor both formally and informally a number of different women in the transportation industry. I'd like to thank Senior Agent Brad Barnard, who did a terrific job on my probably not too traditional background, and appreciate the opportunity to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for being here in person today. We appreciate it very much. I know my colleagues may have questions and comments about your extensive professional and successful professional background. I just have I saw something in our investigation materials I wanted to just ask you briefly regarding your primary residence. There's a reference to a mortgage holder with a Mr. Cooper. It's kind of odd. I've never seen that before.
That's actually a company.
Is it? Okay, I wasn't sure.
It's
I've never
like
heard of it.
Nationwide Mortgage, and they go by Mr. Cooper. So
Okay,
I guess
well,
it's to
so
be more
that's good. So
approachable, maybe.
I wasn't sure, like maybe a seller carried a note or,
No,
it's
it was,
just the company, Mr. Cooper.
Exactly.
Okay,
Mhm.
got it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I will open it up I'll start on my left here. Commissioner Silver, do you have any questions or comments?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here again this morning. Your resume is so impressive, and I thank you for mentoring other women in your industry. You can imagine both Chair Tagliati and I, for many years, have really enjoyed mentoring other women in our profession as well. So, my hat is off to you. I did have a couple questions, and it does have to, my first one did have to do with your residence and that. I was just curious, after watching the board meeting, I know you said that you have a home or a residence in Sonoma, you commute, but I wondered if ultimately you had any plans to buy a house here or reside in Las Vegas at all.
I think initially the plan was that it would easily be able to go back and forth. As I'm busier and busier, it's sort of now more of a discussion item. So while I don't have a certain commitment at this time, it is probably likely that I'll end up getting a place here sometime this year. As you can imagine, you go back and forth and it works for a while, but at this point, we're really busy at the company and that seems to start making a lot more sense.
And I was curious as to what your husband retired from. All it said in the investigative reports is he's retired, at least to us. So I was just curious what he retired from.
Yeah, he was in the commercial finance business, did a lot of leasing sort of advisory work, and he retired over 20 years ago when we got to the point where it was just too difficult to have 2 working parents. And so I had always traveled a lot. So was an at-home dad for a number of years. And of course, now the kids are adults. So he had an early retirement.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again. I'm fully supportive of your application. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Just a quick question as a refresher. Did I hear correctly that you have 44 other license applications pending?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, have you spent like the whole last year and a half just filling in license forms and dealing with investigators?
Fortunately, Erica and her team have been a resource, but I guess I'm also happy that I've led a pretty clean lifestyle, evidently, because
well, you've passed 21 times, so you already have 21 approvals.
Yes, sir.
Well, so that's 33% roughly. Okay, it's a mathematical. This is a gaming commission. We've got the numbers. But anyway, I have no hesitation in supporting you today, Ms. Wilson. I echo the comments of my colleague.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I also have no concerns in supporting your application. I echo the comments about your background. I mean, it's very impressive. It's diverse. I love to see women in industries where there aren't many. And the fact that you're mentoring others, I think, will contribute to the growth in those areas. I do appreciate you being here in person so that we can at least, put eyes on you and see you and have the opportunity for questions. But they've all been answered, so I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Wilson. It is a pleasure to see you in person. And we got to watch you virtually a couple of weeks ago and, piling on here, incredibly impressive. I love the 24 years in the highly regulated railway industry. Good on you. As a digression, Babson College, my mother's family has a construction company in Massachusetts up on the North Shore.
Okay.
One of our projects was the remodel of Babson College, and it was very clear that I had no family skill sets in that industry. So I think I vacuumed your entire college several times in the remodel. But it's a beautiful place and a great place to have roots. So it made me smile when I heard the references to Babson College. I also have a question about residency and not Mr. Cooper, but the records say Sonoma. I think you said Tiburon. Is it just Sonoma County? You live in Tiburon?
So we lived in Tiburon for about 20 plus years.
Yeah.
And at that time had a home in Sonoma for like the weekend. So we still have the home in Sonoma. My full-time residence is actually in Boca Raton, Florida.
Okay.
And then we're in Sonoma from May until September. So right now I commute from Boca Raton, Florida to Las Vegas. And then, as I said, in May, my husband and I will relocate to our home in Sonoma and we stay there to avoid the Florida weather until September. Although I get to come here where, it's sort of warm too.
It's nice and cool. You can come cool down. No humidity. It's a dry heat.
It's big difference in terms of humidity.
And you said you would be, under the current regime, I know you may change going forward, but you plan to visit Nevada and Las Vegas perhaps 3 times a month for a couple days each. What's your game plan?
Yeah, for the last 15 months that I've been in the role, I am here either 3 or 4 weeks a month. And I usually come in on Monday, either Sunday or Monday, and leave either Thursday or Friday. So I'm pretty much here full time. The business has been growing. I initially had to build a new team, and I'm still of the belief that being in person makes a big difference. And so again, I'm here 3 or 4 full weeks a month.
Well, Interblock has been part of our conversation for a couple of months now. We met Mr. Gunnison, I believe,
Yes.
last month. Also very impressive. And certainly your new colleagues at Oak Tree are not so new, but for this. But they're very smart people, and I think they made an extraordinarily wise decision in grabbing you to be their CFO. So I fully support your application. I think you'll be a wonderful addition to the gaming industry in Nevada.
Well, thank you very much.
So I don't have anything to add. I think, as has already been discussed by my colleagues, your resume and your background is so impressive, and you're, forging frontiers in areas that, were primarily not forged by women. So that's really impressive. And I absolutely support your application. So at this time, I'm going to ask one of my colleagues if they would like to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Theodore Bogich for finding of suitability as an officer at Boyd Gaming Corporation. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Good morning again, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Boyd Gaming Corporation. Here with me today is the applicant, Ted Bogich. We also have Cassie Stratford. I know the commissioners had an opportunity to watch the full presentation at the board meeting where Ms. Stratford provided an update on the company's audit matters.
If you would like, Ms. Stratford is here and happy to answer any questions before we turn it over to Mr. Bogich.
Does anyone have any questions you'd like to ask before we?
Ms. Stratford, good morning. Thank you for being here. Just a quick question as far as what the process is for routing your audit reports through senior management and the company and the actual properties.
So we've got, are you referring to internal audit reports or?
Internal audit reports.
Okay, so internal audit reports get routed through a number of executives that include up to our now executive vice president, Mr. Schutte, sees those as well. And then we've started some additional meetings with executive groups on audit reports where there's a number of findings that are perhaps troubling. So if there's a slot audit report that has a number of findings, a group of us, including myself, Mr. Schutte, or head of slots, we'll sit in a room, go through those reports, decide again how to sort of recheck, disseminate the right information to ensure that the property teams, the slot teams at corporate, and other individuals that may be part of that process are addressing those issues and preemptively fixing them when they turn up on an internal audit report, with the goal of not having them come up on an audit report for a gaming audit.
Okay. With respect to the property, is there a discussion had with the property prior to the audit report being issued?
When the draft audit reports are prepared, they go to the compliance team typically first, and there's a discussion that occurs there. And then again, depending on the issue and who may be involved, sometimes it's financial shared services focused, sometimes it's determined it's a property issue, but yes, there are discussions that are had before the final report is issued.
I'm just curious. I mean, it seems like, you know, for Boyd Gaming to go from just an absolutely clean company corporate wide to being a high risk company is concerning to me. So I didn't know what changes, you know, had to occur. I mean, it's been many, many years since I've dealt with it. You know, the properties knowing that senior management has the attention of the violations that are being reported makes a huge difference. So to the extent that that isn't happening, you know, it's important. I mean, obviously the property should be given an opportunity always to respond first and take corrective action. But if they know that people like you, Mr. Bogich, others in your position are looking at it or concerned and are going to be asked questions, they're going to stay on top of it a little bit more.
So we actually have an executive team that's been assembled that we have meetings every 3 weeks. It includes our CFO, for example, our head of internal audit. And then additionally, we've implemented, you know, I provide regular updates to Mr. Bogich, but then Steve Schutte, is our executive vice president over the Nevada region. I meet with him regularly on this topic, and I sort of do guest appearances at their GM's meetings to update them on what's going on. We've also developed in the last 2 years a system of property scorecards, I'm calling them, where they actually get published on all GMs can see each other's property scorecards. And there's data related to internal audit reports and the gaming audit report. So whatever the most recent 3-year audit was and all the relevant interim audits, the specifics of the findings are in there, and we walk through them with the relevant GMs. And there's actually now a sort of review process where the GM's reviews are tied to their scores on those audit reports. So there's real accountability at the GM level. Their boss, their direct boss, Steve Schutte, is very, very close to this. And then of course, Steve Schutte's boss, Mr. Bogich, is kept up to date on this as well. And then myself, you know, I'm interfacing with all of these groups to make sure the information is disseminated in a way that's consistent. Everybody's hearing the same message. As you may have seen from my update in the last hearing, we've engaged the UNLV Gaming Institute to further come in and assist us with our real deep dive on what we're doing from a process perspective, really ensuring we're implementing best practices. And then I'm staying in close communication with the relevant leadership in the audit division here, at the Gaming Control Board, have meetings with them regularly. Next month, I'm meeting with Member Sandal and her audit leadership team to sort of go over this again in detail. I flew up to Reno and met with her when she was sort of first joining the board to make sure she had all the benefit of the background of the updates I was providing previously to Member Watkins. And then again, we now have a meeting set up for, I believe, April 10th to meet with her and her chief and deputy chiefs over the audit division to again make sure the communication is consistent and seamless, and that they can see how close we are to this, and then start seeing the benefit of all this work that we're doing and all this executive level focus to ensure that the results show what we're doing, not just that we're telling you we're doing all these things, but that the results actually show the benefit of that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate those efforts. Again, I know you've been before us a number of times in recent years and, you know, have reported efforts, but just the number of recurring violations is what concerns me.
Absolutely.
And, you know, there has to be a mechanism put in place to prevent those. You had more at one property than you had company-wide, you know, many years ago. So that's concerning, and it's something you need to get back to. So I do appreciate your efforts. I saw all of the items that you reported. I looked at the materials. But I just wanted to emphasize, make sure I understood what the reporting process was, and emphasize that those are just, the employees have to sense that from the highest level of management that is not acceptable.
Yep.
And that it's something that needs to be addressed, and, you know, that the leadership will be held accountable as well.
Absolutely. We appreciate that feedback and are absolutely committed to this and will remain committed to this. And I look forward to not having to update you all on this issue because it will be a matter of the past. And you know, we are all at the executive level very committed to this, Mr. Bogich as well.
Thank you again. That was all of my questions.
Does anyone have any follow-up questions to that or comments? Or hear from Mr. Bogich?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Bogich. Exemplary background. You started in 1988 at the Hilton.
Yes, Las Vegas Hilton. First job was conducting audits of the race and sports book operation there, which to me was very exciting because I had not been exposed to anything like that, but I'm a big sports fan, so it was a good way to start.
You must have some real stories to tell. 1988 at the Las Vegas Hilton.
It was very different back then.
I'm pretty sure. Did you have exposure to, were you still there when Park Place Entertainment took it? Mr. Goldberg, was it Arthur Goldberg in those days? And then
the president of the Las Vegas Hilton at the time, I believe, was Mr. Giovenco. And I had the opportunity on occasion to see him or meet him. I never did meet the folks at the corporate level.
Probably a safe thing.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, well, I have no difficulty in supporting an excellent and long background in the gaming industry. Thank you both for being here. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm going to dovetail on what he asked about the Hilton because I remember back then my mom used to take us swimming there on the pool was on a higher floor back before anybody had the pools on the top of the buildings, and we used to run around there at the Hilton. So I just was like, wow, you work back. Am I right? I mean, wasn't it on?
And back then, the we'll call them the more premier properties was Caesar's Palace and the Hilton. At that time, Mirage had not been built yet, and what we know today as the large integrated resorts had not yet come about. So it was a beautiful property, and it was a great property to get a start with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, you've been licensed in so many multiple jurisdictions. I'm really happy someone of your caliber would be taking over the helm here. I'm really guiding the corporation in the future with compliance issues. So especially what you've done with all of the other properties. So I fully support your application. Your resume is impeccable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis-Rennie, any individual questions?
I did, Mr. Bogich. I echo the comments. Your background is impressive. It's diverse. You have a tremendous amount of experience and have seen the industry grow. So I think some of that old school knowledge might come in handy to get the properties all back into shape. I do appreciate you being here and having the opportunity to meet with us in person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki?
And before I transition to Mr. Bogich, I'm going to take advantage of Ms. Stratford being here. I know it's been a difficult, period of time getting your arms around all of the issues regarding audit. But it's clear that, the challenges have been embraced, and it's clear what needs to be done and accomplished. And the proactive aspect is very appealing to this regulator. Thank you, and reaching out to Member Sandal so quickly upon her arrival. The 7-point plan, I don't know if you used that term today, but you certainly did during the Gaming Control Board. And I'm fascinated and welcoming the UNLV relationship and interaction. I think it's just a phenomenal thing, and it helps everyone. It's a good Nevada gaming thing. Did you want to talk about that anymore? I mean, I know you've already addressed some of those things, but if you'd like to expand, I think that would be a wonderful topic to hear.
Absolutely. I'm happy to chat a little bit more about our 7-point plan. So we developed this when we first sort of understood the magnitude of the challenges we were facing from a compliance perspective. And some of those came about in a time when we transitioned to a shared services model within our finance team. And unfortunately, that happened around the same time as COVID. So a lot of these individuals were transitioning to a work from home situation, which we found just to not be conducive to knowledge transfer, training, and full engagement of our team members. So early on, we had a meeting with Member Watkins, who was then overseeing the audit division, and members of the audit staff, and really had a session where we spent time understanding what their concerns were and what the challenges were, from a perspective of, having the conversation, not just reading an audit report, but really hearing firsthand, all the challenges that were existing from their perspective, not just looking at what we could see and what was obvious from an audit report. And then we sort of instituted the 7-point plan, which had multiple facets to it, including, we determined it was pretty clear that we needed a return to work policy for this group of individuals during this period of time at minimum, to ensure that we had appropriate knowledge transfer, understanding of the importance of these roles, understanding the importance of clean audits, and things as simple as timely communication with the agents that were conducting our audits. We implemented regular meetings with our senior executive team. That's something that Commissioner Solis Rainey just spoke about, has been hugely helpful for the team to really understand, as you suggested, that the most senior executives in our company are focused on this and spending time and energy to make sure that this is addressed. We also looked at it from a resources perspective. Do we have sufficient resources, and are they the right resources? And are these people, human resources, trained appropriately? So we looked at that as well. And as we were looking through that, we really decided we needed additional outside eyes. Just hiring people to come in was helpful, but having these additional outside experts, including, UNLV has resources of individuals. There's one individual that has been focused on our phase 1 of the UNLV program that had extensive prior experience as an auditor with the Gaming Control Board, and came highly recommended. And so that individual has been a huge resource, is the sort of lead consultant on this phase 1 of our plan, meets with our shared services team, like sits down, and they have these sessions where they're going over the paperwork, the regs, step by step, looking at our checklists, meeting with property team members as well. Right now we have 2 3-year audits that are open, and a couple of interim audits as well. So making sure, again, we're staying close to those. And then additionally, sort of, I'm reaching out regularly to the deputy chief in the audit division, and having conversations with her, just saying, what are you hearing from your agents? Are things going well? Are there any overarching concerns? Again, so we're hearing those early on, we're addressing those things early on. And then we found other tools along the way as we were sort of implementing this 7-point plan and staying so focused on it, there were tools like the property scorecard that felt like this is a no-brainer. The senior executives need to see not just the answer of, yes, we're paying attention and I'm reinforcing this with my property team members, but an actual tangible metric that they can measure themselves by and say, this is unacceptable and I need to be talking to my team. And conversely, properties that are doing well, let's knowledge share. Let's make sure those best practices are being spread across the board and look for any gaps. And then, we, through these brainstorming sessions that we have, we found other things like having these meetings individually on specific topics when we get these draft internal audit reports. And there's just been a whole slew of good ideas and additional practices that are making incremental differences as we move forward. One of the challenges has been, of course, and why I've been before you so many times on this topic is, as you all know, these 3-year audits will look at certain periods of time. So we are still been cycling through 3-year audits that include periods of time that were before I got involved and we really started looking at this and fixing it. So when you're still have audits that capture that 2021 period, that paperwork is unfortunately what it is. And when we had that time frame, when we had these challenges, this was before we had fixed some of these things and found some of these things. And if they existed at one property, in most instances, they existed at all properties. So when you move through the line of auditing our properties, that's why you've heard me so many times speaking about these things, because it appears that, gosh, they haven't fixed this, when part of those optics are because those time periods are the same and implementation of this 7-point plan and so many of these fixes. And none of that is to say that anybody's going to sort of remove focus from this, because Boyd as a company is very committed to its strong culture. And the culture has 2 key components in my mind, and I may be biased given my role, but it's Boyd style, which is treating people right, doing people the right thing, and it's compliance. And it's our reputation with our regulators, because that is, people and our privilege licenses are hands down our 2 most valuable assets as a company. And maintaining focus on those can never go away. Even if we start to see improvement and I no longer have to come speak with you about this issue, that will be wonderful. I look forward to speaking with you on other topics, of course. But we will not lose focus on these things, because it is of the utmost importance to our company, and the executive team shares that thought. And I'm sure Mr. Bogich will echo those comments, but you will not see us lose focus or change. These are best practices now that we realize we need to absolutely stay close to. That, maybe we missed the mark for a short period of time when there was this transition to financial shared services and all of those things. But we are absolutely committed to re-earning the trust of the entire GCB staff, the board, and of course, the commission.
I think those comments are very important for the record that we're making today. Mr. Bogich, you've gotten off light. She's been doing the heavy lifting today. I'm going to ask one more question, Ms. Stratford, that doesn't include the word audit. Boyd Gaming has been such an extraordinary piece of the Nevada gaming story, and certainly in Southern Nevada. It's just it's a special place and a special group. 50 years old. What are we doing?
There's been all kinds of celebrations actually across the company. In our corporate office, we've had a number of team member celebrations where it was actually really fun. There was a big fancy cake and giving out all kinds of Boyd 50-year swag, t-shirts, jackets, mugs, all of those things. And then we're having celebrations at our properties across the portfolio to make sure we're saying thank you to our customers and really celebrating the heritage of our company, which is very special and unique in this industry, given the consistent leadership and ownership. It's unheard of in these days. And we are so very fortunate that Mr. Boyd has created this culture, and the Boyd family has stuck with it. And we have such long-term executives like Mr. Bogich. And, I've been at the company for 13 years now, and I'm a newcomer. I'm still to this day sort of in my probationary period, having been here my entire career. And I consider myself very fortunate that I landed in a company like this, and it's genuinely a joy to work here.
No, I think that's great. It's fun, savor it. It's important. It's earned. Again, there are always little hiccups, but there's absolutely no doubt that Boyd is as a big part of the gaming story here. And it's just sweet that they can have that continuity for 50 years and be able to celebrate and with many of the same faces. And that's truly unique. Mr. Bogich. It's been said, so I won't be redundant or just a little bit, but just an exquisite CV, your background, that old school elbow grease, as Commissioner Solis Rainey mentioned, I think is spot on. It's important. It seems to fit in that the culture that we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. But I absolutely support your application, and I think Boyd is very fortunate to have someone of your skill set, pedigree, and decency. So
thank you.
My full support.
Appreciate that.
I 100% agree with everything that my colleagues have said. If you're not careful, you're going to end up with PIO plus all your other duties, right? Thank you for being here in person. I have no question about your capabilities, and like everyone has said, your old school experience brings a huge benefit to the table, and I'm very happy to support your application. And I think at this time I would ask if anyone has a motion.
Certainly. Madam Chair, it must be one of the most difficult motions of the day. Anyway, Madam Chair, I move for approval for non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well done to all of you. Wow.
All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of John Su for licensure as an officer and key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have 2 recusals on this item.
All right, good morning. At this time, I'm going to disclose a conflict that based upon a 20-year friendship with the applicant's wife, who I see socially several times a year, and the applicant, who I have occasion to speak to regularly and have great fondness for. I consider the relationship with him and his wife significant enough that the reasonable person standard requires me to recuse. If you feel uncomfortable reading the financial materials of the person, then it's not appropriate for you to sit, and I did not read them for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to echo and say I'm recusing for the same reasons as described by Chair Tagliati. I have a longstanding friendship as well with Mr. Su's wife, Judge Michelle Levitt, and her entire Levitt family, who I'm very close with. And so for those same reasons, I'm going to recuse off as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Okerberg, we're going to put a name on the back of that chair. You haven't moved.
That's right.
But please proceed with presenting the item as you wish.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Vice Chair Kolicki, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. Here with me is the applicant, John Su. He has previously appeared before the board and commission. So instead of going through his background, we thought maybe he would just share with you a little bit about his current duties and responsibilities in his role.
Please, Mr. Su, proceed.
So currently I serve as a Senior Vice President for the downtown region for Boyd Gaming, which encompasses the Fremont Casino, California Hotel Casino, and the Main Street Casino. I run the day-to-day operations. I supervise about 20 direct reports.
That's wonderful, but anything else you'd like to share? I know we all watched you on the Gaming Control Board meeting, but anything that we've missed, anything on your assertive presentation?
No, I tell you, I spend most of my time at the Cal and Main Street. I do have a director of ops and assistant GM that help me oversee the Fremont. I get over there on a daily basis. And so just day-to-day operations. I also work with Vacations Hawaii. It's our biggest market, and we just kind of have a great relationship with them as well.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Sue. I'll open up to my remaining fellow commissioners. Commissioner Marcantonis, do you have any comments or questions from Mr. Sue?
Mr. Sue, thank you for being here. Nothing personally about yourself. I was very satisfied with what we heard at the Nevada's Gaming Control Board. However, perhaps you could just give us a few minutes, the color behind, which has always fascinated me, the California and the downtown area to Hawaii.
Well, we have, 3 properties downtown, so they're all unique in their own individual way. Fremont is mostly Fremont Street business in Southern California. It does some overflow from Hawaii. Main Street is Southern California and Hawaii business. And obviously, the Boyd family's had a relationship with Hawaii since 1975. What's interesting is Bill Boyd went to grade school in Hawaii and they did some business there as well.
Now I get it.
Yeah, we call it Aloha Spirit. We all have it. If you're going to work downtown, you have to have it, and you have to spend some time with the Boyds to get that. So.
Okay, well, thank you. I did not know that. Fascinating. Wish you good luck in all of your endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Commissioner Solis Ready.
Mr. Sue, I don't have any questions for you. I have no concerns about your background. You were before us not too long ago, since I've been on the commission. And, you have great properties. I always enjoy the Aloha Spirit downtown. It was fun to see a lot of the same faces, generally, 1 or 2 times a year. And they remember you, and they remember all the employees' names and family histories and such. So I'm sure that's a big part of your job, is cultivating those friendships and maintaining them. So I do appreciate you being here. I have no concerns, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. And Mr. Sue, I'm not going to let you be in front of us when all your colleagues have had to address the word audit. So I'm going to make you do it too. Again, I know you spoke about it at some length in front of the control board, as was appropriate, but you talked about inviting compliance officers to meetings, but just how is that broad global, the audit process and procedures and focus affecting you and your properties and incorporated into your daily activities?
So we do. We invited our compliance officer to all our executive meetings, these strategy meetings, anything to do really with the properties, just incorporating compliance and making it part of the everyday business. I think just making it more important than it was. It was always important. I think we just stepped it up a little bit, especially with the department heads and the directors. The cage personnel is probably the biggest area that we have concerned about. And so we spend an awful lot of time on it now. We do a lot of training one-on-one with team members at the highest level. And so we've just given it a lot of attention, and we'll continue to do so. So it's kind of a big deal for us. Obviously it should be. So that's what we're doing.
Good. Well, thank you for helping put that on this commission's record today. I'm wonderfully comfortable with your application. Just another wonderful asset of the Boyd Gaming Corporation. And I just wish you very well, and I'm absolutely delighted to support the application today. Any further questions from the commission to Mr. Sue or to Boyd or Ms. Okerberg?
Just a quick comment, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay. And Mr. Sue, by not bringing up audit, I didn't mean to in any way minimize my concerns. I just feel they were adequately addressed on the corporate level, but obviously you have your hands full in maintaining that. And I feel that, your support is going to be critical in putting, flowing downward to your staff, because the staff does the best they can, but if they don't have the proper training and they don't feel they have the support, the problem's not going to get fixed. So, just taking punitive action against them isn't going to fix the problem. You have to do a supportive training and accountability as well. So I appreciate you being here. And again, I felt that was adequately addressed, but my concerns are obviously on the record, but they don't pertain to you personally, which on you, I have no concerns about. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Ms. Okerberg, any final comments?
I just want to thank the Agent Lippert, for all of his hard work on this. He was great to work with. Thank you.
As they always are. All right, Commission, I think we're prepared for a motion.
Vice Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Commissioner Solis Rainey has made a motion. Are there questions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Motion's carried unanimously, but we have the chair and Commissioner Silver recusing themselves. 3-0. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 5? Oh, and before I do that, I guess, should I ask about the court reporter and how the court reporter is doing?
I'm doing well.
Okay, I'm glad you. I always want to check on you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Eric Heschen for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer or key executive as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano here today representing Mr. Eric Heschen, who sits to my right. Mr. Heschen has been licensed by both the Gaming Control Board and the Commission in the past. As before the board, he's happy to give a brief overview of his background, should you wish, or otherwise we can jump right into questions.
We would love to have you just introduce yourself, and we're very pleased to have you here in person, so thank you for that.
Sure.
Can you put your...
There we go. Thank you for inviting me as well. My name's Eric Heschen. I've been with Caesars or Harrah's in some form for approximately 22 years. In variety of roles in operations. At one point, I was the chief financial officer. And for the last 5 years, I've been running our sports betting and iCasino operation, including the World Series of Poker. It's very different from what I was doing before, but it's also really exciting. It's a high growth business, as I'm sure you're aware. And, you know, we're very fortunate to have a great position here in Nevada, operating both the William Hill brand as well as the Caesars brand.
Thank you. Again, appreciate you being here, and I'm going to open it up for my colleagues, starting with Commissioner Marcantonis. Surprise.
Thank you for being here. And I know that you do some commuting between Las Vegas and is it Wyoming?
That's correct.
And how do you manage your time with those kind of trips and your responsibilities here in Las Vegas, Mr. Heschen?
Well, I have a good relationship with Delta Airlines, that's for sure. I typically come down on Monday and then fly back Fridays. So I'm here for about 3.5 days in the office during that period of time. Right now, for example, my wife and daughter are here in town, so we're going to be here for 6 weeks straight. So we do move back and forth, but predominantly we're in Wyoming. I rent a house up in Summerlin because I would be eating hamburgers every night at the casino if I was staying in the hotel. So it's much more healthy for me to have the house rented. So I do a lot of traveling, but I feel like it's important to be in the office for a period of time. I think it's important to see the faces and interact with the team. And so I come down most weeks.
Yes, you mentioned the eating hamburgers all day, every day in front of the Gaming Control Board. I saw a glint in the eye of Judge Assad at that moment. But you know, they have, I don't know what hotel you were staying in. I assume that some of the ones they stay have broader menus than that. Nonetheless, big responsibilities and really in an expanding field in our entire industry that perhaps you could give us a little thought on observation of where you think it's heading. What do you think is the 10 years in front of us in this line?
Yeah, it's very dynamic. It changes seemingly every week, particularly in the last kind of 4 to 5 months. You know, and it's also extremely competitive. There are a lot of different companies. Each state has different regulations, different competitors, different dynamics. And then you have some federal involvement now with the CFTC authorizing certain forms of sports betting. You have sweepstakes companies, you have daily fantasy companies. And so it's a lot of competition moving in. I think that, you know, our position is strong with the Caesars Rewards brand and the Caesars brand and the William Hill brand. That resonates with people. We've put a lot of effort in the last 3 years making our product much better so that when customers come in, there are fewer friction points. They're able to get their bet down quickly. We're able to get it through our trading team quickly. They're able to get their money out quickly. All those things are very important to customers, and we've made great improvements on that. And so when I look ahead, it's a combination of tactics, making sure that the app functions and that it has the right wagers and customers are able to find what they want quickly. But then it's also strategy thinking a few years ahead, to your point, looking for the competition, looking to expansion in new states and those types of things. So it's very dynamic. I think if I were to predict 10 years in the future, I think that's just too long to look at this point, given how quickly the industry is changing, to be honest.
Yeah, and the federal regulatory oversight can be troubling in some ways. I mean, obviously, we don't necessarily, I'm speaking for ourselves, I think, at least certainly for myself, is we don't necessarily need federal involvement in our own Nevada industry, in my opinion. But of course, as you've said, there are now a lot of wannabes players starting to enter these markets as competitors, not entirely legalized. So perhaps it's necessary. Any thought on that? Comment?
No, you're absolutely right. And in addition to the federal and other categories of, let's call it sports wagering, there's the offshore operators that are, just blatantly kind of going around the rules. And so from our perspective, we've make an extreme effort to comply with every rule that's out there. As you know, we have a major casino business from a brick and mortar perspective that's many times larger than our sports betting business. And so I'm able to avail our side of the business with our corporate support from a regulatory perspective, which is great. But it is a very competitive business, and what we want is just clarity in the rules. And I'm confident that with the team that we have, and as I mentioned, the brand and the support, if we know the rules and everybody plays by them, we'll be very successful.
Thank you for that debrief. That's the only questions I have. I have no hesitation in supporting your application today, Mr. Heschen.
Great, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. I really don't have any questions for you. Your resume is impeccable. And I'm so happy to support your licensing. Just to comment that I don't blame you at all as far as keeping your residence in Jackson Hole, as it is probably one of the most beautiful places on earth. We spend every 4th of July there. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, we're right by, I noticed where your residence was, Teton Pines. We stay with friends there, and it is just, like I said, the most beautiful place on earth. So
yeah,
don't blame you at all.
July is great weather up there.
Yeah, I'm sure that's when you get out of there because it's overrun with tourists, right?
It is a little busy with tourism then.
So thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure.
Thanks for the support.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Heschen, I don't have any questions for you, and I also have no concern supporting your application, but I do appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Mr. Heschen, thank you so much for being with us today and all the way from Jackson, and always a pleasure to see Mr. Burnett. Does Delta have a direct flight to Las Vegas? I mean, I don't know that they do.
They do not. I often joke that when I'm on a conference call, I'm in the Salt Lake City office, which is really in the Delta Lounge.
Airport. Yep.
So yeah, I schedule 2 or 3 calls during my layover every Monday and Friday so that I can be productive while I'm going through the Salt Lake City airport.
I think you and I have very similar lives in that regard. You live in the second most beautiful place. I live in the first. I live up in Lake Tahoe. I have a big lake, but it's not easy to go anywhere, from there, and it takes longer to drive to the airport than it does to fly to Las Vegas for these meetings. But fascinating background, this wonderful background, education, the Cornell, the pharmaceutical industry. You talked about what a pleasure it was essentially to be in this small, operating company within the larger, publicly traded corporation, Caesars. Could you talk about how that dynamic works? Because, you're an operating segment. I think that's the term that was used, not a formal entity within Caesars. But could you just describe that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, sure. The digital business is, we manage it separately, led by me. But obviously with lots of support from, Tom Reeg, Anthony Crono, Brett Yunker, are my primary contacts. And the benefits that I see out of that relationship, I get to avail myself, I mentioned, of the regulatory side, the audit side, the legal side, human resources, accounting, all of that is centrally managed by the company. And then what I have separately is some marketing and some other decisions that are tactical for the sports betting business. We also have all the employees that are, their function is unique to sports betting and the iCasino side. So it'd be all of the tech folks that are programming, all of our traders that are setting the lines. We have an AML group that's largely dedicated to us because it's very complicated and it's slightly different than on the casino side. But from my perspective, the company provides a great level of support, in addition to, of course, Caesars Rewards and the brands and the access to the properties.
Well, you've got a massive job. I think you operate sports wagering was at 645 locations across 32 jurisdictions just in North America. How many people report to you?
Direct reports, I have 8. But we have about 1,600 people in total in our sports betting and online division.
And who do you report to? Like you mentioned some folks in the C-suite, but
I report directly to Tom Reeg, our CEO.
Yeah, perfect. Especially in the sports wagering spot, I mean, what's happened in the last couple of years has been staggering. And you're in the middle of it. We've talked about how it changes on a daily basis and it's hard to predict 10 hours in advance, much less the next 10 years. But what are the things that keep you up at night? When you've got congressional legislation or regulation. I mean, there are lots of things can happen, but what is your thing that just makes it a little hard to go to sleep at night when you think about work?
Yeah, I put it into different categories. The federal regulation and the rules, we can't really control that. So my job, I view it, is to make sure that we have all of our options available and that our company is ready to pursue whatever direction the rules take. Whenever there's a new state that legalizes, for example, Missouri, we have to make sure that on day one, we're ready to turn on the application so that we can participate in the industry. And so I try to maintain as much flexibility as I can. On a tactical level, I'll get a list of who we're rooting for this evening for the final, the 4 basketball games, and have to hope that it goes our direction. The part that I get nervous about, I don't want to have our app go down, have any payment problems, have any tech issues, because like I said earlier, I'm confident that our product is strong enough that it can compete with all the other applications that are out there. But there's always the risk that something goes wrong that you didn't anticipate from a technical perspective and that customers aren't able to use our product. And that's the worst feeling, when you're kind of powerless and the app is not functioning as it should.
And you mentioned AML today. How does that compliance space interact with your day?
So we actually have our corporate-wide AML department. We move them into the offices where we have our trading unit because even though we have over 50 casinos company-wide in the United States, the amount of transactions that we have from a digital perspective are many more times what you'd have on those 50 plus casinos. Yeah. And so the amount of work that the AML team does is disproportionately focused on a percentage of reports and filings and so forth associated with the online business. So they actually sit with us. They're fully integrated. We make sure that we provide them with every piece of information that they need so that they're able to effectively review the customers, make sure that we're following all the regulations, and then identify any concerns that we have and shut the accounts down quickly.
A superb answer. Thank you for sharing that. And one aside, I'm sure, well, certainly the industry has lobbyists in Washington, D.C., but the handle tax always, I think the legislation was just reintroduced to ban it, get rid of it. And you're a guy who pays a lot of handle tax. can you, I mean, do you participate in those legislative efforts, or, how does that touch you? Or you just cheerlead your lobbyists in the American gaming industry and others as they move forward and try to change laws in DC?
Yeah, we're certainly in favor of eliminating it. It's 0.25% of our volume, which
$50 a head.
Yeah, it does.
You got six-
Right. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds up, obviously. And so we're very pleased that the representatives in Nevada push that forward each year. We don't have a huge lobbying presence in Washington, but to the extent that we have anybody there or any influence that we're able to use to talk to the folks that are voting on it, we support the elimination of it for sure.
Good. Well, again, your CV is impeccable. I mean, what a wonderful and exciting job space you've got, and I applaud your lifestyle in Jackson. I'm a father of 3 daughters who were raised in Lake Tahoe, and so skiing is better in Lake Tahoe than it is in Jackson. Those are fighting words. I'm the regulator, so you be nice. But no, I applaud your commitment to your family and to that lifestyle, and I fully and excitedly support that your application today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So every once in a while, we'll ask an applicant who has made applications and have either had them granted or pending. And you're in that category of well over 20 regulatory agency applications. How do we compare? Tell the truth.
So I think it compares favorably. I'll be honest, after doing the first application, most of them are very similar. So filling out incremental applications is not as difficult as it would seem when they're all pretty lengthy, but they're all, there's this multi-jurisdictional form, which is very similar. And then, it's just general questions, follow-ups. I would say that the agency is on the more detailed side of the investigations, and they ask questions about things that other agencies don't, but it's not burdensome or difficult. It's just a fact.
Excellent. I'm very pleased to hear that. And I appreciate your, candidly answering the question. So I concur with my colleagues, obviously support your application. You're eminently qualified and have no concerns whatsoever. And so we appreciate you being here again today. And I would ask one of my colleagues if they might to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval. Non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? No. There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And there are none opposed.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's nice meeting all of you.
Thank you. You too. All right, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Pepper Mill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Jacqueline Cino for licensure as a shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, still. Oops, you just need to push the little button there. There we go.
Chair Tagliagadi, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, Frank Schreck, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, representing the applicant Jackie Cino, who's here to my left. Jackie made a presentation at the board meeting, which I think most of you have seen, but she's certainly here available to answer any questions you might have.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
This time I will have my colleagues. Do you have any questions? Okay, Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Ms. Cino. I did see your presentation and I appreciated learning a little bit more about your background and what you've been up to. I did have one follow-up question. It was asked during the preparation for the Gaming Control Board meeting, and Mr. Schreck answered it, but I'd like to hear your response.
Certainly.
Okay, the question was, GCB inquired why the Albert D. Cino Jr. and Sandra L. Cino PCI Trust for JMS is still in existence. What is your understanding of why that's still in existence?
Well, I believe it was it's been in existence for a certain time, that at this time is when it's the appropriate time for myself to apply for the licensure and to transfer the shares and the stock into my name.
Okay, and I apologize because I didn't finish the thing. It's why it's still in existence, even though the terms of the trust called for it to be terminated in 2015.
Yes, my understanding is that it's a defective grantor trust and that this is the decision that my father has made to, at this time, it's appropriate for us to now proceed with this application process for licensure.
Is that a decision that you feel, you referenced that being your father's decision, is that a decision he made or that you made?
Well, at this time, we've made it together.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions of you at this point. I am concerned with the confidential information we received.
Yes.
And I am would be interested in having the investigators take a look at that and follow up on that before I would be comfortable moving forward. But
certainly, I understand that, and I'm absolutely open to that. And we have it on schedule for next week.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions, so I'll defer to my colleagues. Thank you.
Sure, not a problem.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Cino, welcome to our lovely legislative office today. First time I've been here too. It's trick every month is to make sure we know where our meetings are. Mr. Schreck, always a pleasure to see you. I'll actually start with you if I might.
Yes, sir.
I think you said the trust documents were finalized, but just hadn't been compiled and ready to prepare and submit into the Gaming Control Board meeting, but the trust documents are complete.
Yes, Commissioner, they're complete at the time. Hopefully Jackie is approved for the transfer. We will seek administrative approval to after they're transferred to her. We'll seek administrative approval to transfer them to her gaming trust.
Excellent, thank you. And Ms. Cino, I do smile. I've talked, I'm taking after Judge Assad. I always appreciate where people go to school. My wife is a Wildcat undergrad, from Chico, so all good.
I miss those pioneer days.
It's a good spot. They do it all right in Chico.
That's
Just
right.
takes a long time to get up there.
It does.
It's the only problem. And again, I'm comfortable with what I have in front of me to move forward. But, Ms. Cino, you have a very complicated family and the confidential information is difficult. And I can't unknow it. And I just, I as Commissioner Solis-Rini, I would like to understand how that does or does not impact decisions today, or how we let that due diligence go forward so you can come back here without that hanging over you. But I yield that back to you, Madam Chair, or if I'm not sure how to get that advice going forward. But I appreciate you being here today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Ms. Cino, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Realize this is probably very difficult for you. And certainly I got as much information as I thought was relevant at this point from the Gaming Control Board sessions. I think that your background, your educational background, your career background, and what seems to drive you in your life are extremely impressive. And particularly a lot of your involvement in the communities in plural that you've passed through during your career journey. So congratulations for that. And rest assured it's noted.
Thank you.
I too have nothing further to say today, and look forward that we can all get to a resolution at some point in the future. I will have no hesitation though today supporting what our Gaming Control Board recommends. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cino.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you. And thank you for being here. And good morning, Mr. Schreck. It's
morning.
always a pleasure to see you. So thank you for your presentation. I did watch the control board as well. Having with my experience, I can only state that I have no concerns despite the confidential information, and I'm not concerned at all. It seems retaliatory, quite frankly. And so those are my comments. But I did have a question, just wanted you to perhaps tell us more about your company's Ethnos Consulting. I realize it's a ministry service, and One Blood Enterprises, it appears to be a clothing company that's faith-based, and maybe expanding on that more.
Sure, sure. Those two companies are both companies that are really for the future that I'm starting to focus a little bit more on. So One Blood is basically based on a scripture out of Acts 17:26. It just says, from one blood, God created all nations of men. So I trademarked that name. It took me, I want to say maybe over 10 years to trademark that. And so it's trademarked for clothing. It's supposed to be more of a street brand. And it's another way of being able to spread faith without being overbearing. And so that company really is intended to be not only clothing, but also to be a faith-based ministry arm that would bring teaching and reconciliation between different ethnic groups and races. And one of the things as well is that got birthed out of my ministry in Oakland. And so it's a very racially diverse community. And so really was trying to find ways that I might be able to serve the community in ways that would be more inclusive. And then Ethnos Consulting really came out of another vision as well of being able to provide consulting services, whether that be to companies or churches or schools in order to bring racial reconciliation to volatile situations and circumstances. So with One Blood, that is trademarked. With Ethnos Consulting, I just formed the LLC so that I can develop that as time permits. And I'm starting to work on that a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
Like I said, I did watch your very lengthy presentation. I just want to thank you for being here. And, you know, you're going to be a passive investor, so to speak. You're not involved in any of the gaming at all. And having said that, I'm happy to approve your what's on the agenda today so that Mr. Schreck can then take care of this later administratively as far as your gaming trust. So thank you again for coming today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions at this time for you. Thank you for being here today. I guess I would ask my fellow commissioners so that I have an understanding of, I mean, I guess Commissioner Krolicki, I don't know what you were alluding to as far as, I mean, I'm pretty clear, I think, that Commissioner Solis-Rainey may not be in support of this application at this time, but I wasn't clear on what you were suggesting with your comments.
You know, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. This is just process that is causing me pause. It's anticipated that you'll be requesting Gaming Control Board administrative approval of the transfer for the shares into the trust in the near future. So to me, this is a process. So if we were to approve it today as the commission as presented, there's a subsequent action that needs to be done at the control board at the administrative level, and that refers to the confidential information. And as long as everyone's comfortable, I'm sure they will be. I'm sure they will be. You know, it's at that point it moves forward, but we can go ahead and approve this, but subject to the Gaming Control Board administrative maneuver. Is that true?
Chair Tagliaglia, excuse me, if I could just have one statement with respect to the information that you received. That information was available to Albert III more than a year ago. He waited until the day before the Gaming Control Board meeting to submit it. He could have, if he wanted it investigated, he could have submitted that in the course of Jacqueline's investigation, and it wasn't. At the evening before the board's meeting, Supervisor Chris Moyle had about a 30 to 45 minute interview with Jacqueline with respect to that information that was received. And from just my understanding of the outcome of the board's recommendation, the information that was provided to Supervisor Moyle, who then provided to the board, was sufficient to allow them to move forward with the application and approve it.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation on behalf of your client for the record. But my commentary was completely unrelated to the veracity, the timing, or anything else. I'm just trying to figure out what Commissioner Krolicki was saying. Well, maybe the chair will, and I don't know what you're asking me. So what I'm hearing now is you're asking council to confirm what we understand to be this procedure in place that will go, that, are you confirming what he asked you?
Yes, we intend to almost immediately, if Jackie's approved today, to ask for administrative approval of the transfer of the shares from her individually to her gaming trust.
And if I might add to Mr. Schreck's comments, I think they're talking about 463172 approval, which is simply approving the transfer of an approved person's gaming assets into their approved gaming trust. And it's a permissive gaming approval. The chair does not have to do it.
Okay, for the record, that was our Deputy Attorney
That's
General.
correct. I agree.
Are you chief or senior or which, what? I know you're old. But
don't take it personally.
If you want the official title, it's Senior Deputy Attorney General, but I'm fine with, counsel, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, all right. So that answers that question. So I just wanted to make sure that you and I are on the same page procedurally. If
I think we are. I've always believed this, the Gaming Control Board, the chairman has the right to regularly approve things, per statute. This one just seems to be dangling business. And if it were not for the additional information, this would be a final act today. But I think I just heard that there is under normal scenarios that subsequent process where the chair of the Gaming Control Board approves that transfer. Is that right?
It is a subsequent permissive approval. It's mainly administrative because it's the transfer of an approved person's gaming assets from ownership by that person into their trust with approved gaming language. The statute does authorize administrative approval in that narrow circumstance. And it does state that the chair of the board may do that. If he did not do it administratively, like say if he found an issue in this investigation, he could require the person seeking that approval to do a full application before the board and commission.
And that's clarity that's welcome, Senior Deputy Attorney General McCalla. Thank you. Yeah, I just can't dismiss something that I don't know anything about. I agree the timing, and I expect there to be zero issues going forward. But if that matter is part of any subsequent approval or not approval by the Gaming Control Board administratively, then I would be comfortable moving forward today.
And I might add one more detail. If you approve today, then Ms. Cino is approved. And if she chose not to seek administrative approval of the transfer to the assets into the trust, then the approval today would remain.
Okay. We've indicated to the commission we're going to seek that approval.
Thank you for putting it on the record. Madam Chair, I'm comfortable with my question. Thank you.
okay, does anyone else have any comments or questions? No?
Nope.
All right, then does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion?
Just briefly, Chair, with respect to your comment, you did surmise correctly. I am not in support of this application today. That is, I do understand the timing issue that Mr. Schreck raised. I feel there's been a lot of gamesmanship with respect to timing. I don't see the urgency as to dealing with this issue now when there's an open issue to resolve, because as to us, this is final. Once we approve it, then she would be licensed, and that license would go with her, whether she chose to keep it individually or if you chose to transfer that into your gaming trust. That subsequent transfer, I don't think is affected by this other issue that's out there. I mean, it's an issue that can be considered, but in my mind, this is a final approval. And given that there's open situations and that I feel there is gamesmanship on probably both sides as to this, I'm not satisfied with the issues, that arose with respect to the trust. It's a trust that under its terms was terminated in 2015. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate Mr. Schreck's answer. I'm just not comfortable going forward. And if forced to make a decision today, then I wouldn't be able to support it. So thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, then the motion was made. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Nay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe the next item will be rather summary in nature, and we'll call that and then take a break. Okay, so Madam Secretary, if you could please call non-restricted number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Wynn Resorts Limited for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning still.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, members of the board, Madam Secretary. I'm Jennifer Roberts, in-house counsel for Wynn Resorts. I'm joined here today by Senior Vice President of Corporate Finance and Treasurer of Wynn Resorts, Price Carr. And we agree to the amended order that's been given to us and ask that you follow the recommendation of the board for our approval of our 3-year continuous or delayed public offering. And we're here to answer any questions you may have.
That would be the March 27th, 2025 order, right? I mean, excuse me, the draft number 2, which is in our, I think it's in the second. It's in the second notebook. Okay, so thank you for being here today. At this time, I would ask my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. It's fairly straightforward. Appreciate you being here, by the way. Either of you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Solis Rainey?
I also didn't have any questions. I was satisfied with the responses that we heard from you previously and with the materials. It seems pretty straightforward to me. Thank you.
And I'm comfortable with the application itself, but since we have Ms. Roberts and Mr. Carr here, we got to ask them questions because we can, you're in front of us. You said no at the Gaming Control Board, but any updates regarding Massachusetts regulatory actions?
There was a pre-trial conference held, but we're waiting for the update from our council on any trial date that would be set either later this year or 2026.
So that's the same status as it was.
Same status, but we're happy to report when we.
And this one is more fun to talk about, but Al Marjan Island, what an incredible opportunity that this commissioner once lived in the Gulf and spent much time, operating around there as an investment banker, but the projections of a $5 to $7 billion market in the UAE in total, and if Las Vegas is $6 billion, is an extraordinary number to jumpstart. I know you're here from corporate finance and the legal side, but just from a corporate strategy, can you just talk about those numbers and they're real and decisions are being made at Wynn, and obviously you've already done much in Al Marjan and with approvals and things, but this is what you're expecting.
Sure. Well, thank you for that, and thank you for having us here. It's great to be here. And yes, it is an incredibly exciting project. Not only because the project itself is exciting, it's beautiful. It's going to be, man-made island, beachfront destination, all the things you would expect from a Wynn resort, integrated resort. But as you say, that part of the world is incredibly interesting and dynamic. And we know today there's an incredible appetite there for high-end, experiences, food and beverage, retail, et cetera. And then to bring sort of our form of gaming, the integrated resort model to that part of the world is really exciting. So yeah, there's been a wide range of potential estimates of the market size. But I think in any of those scenarios, I think we're excited to be there.
It's an exciting thing to watch. Again, this is not talking about individuals, but there has not been a land-based culture of gaming, if you will, where Macau and certainly Las Vegas. There's a long history of gaming and wagering and habits that go with them, and to jumpstart something. This is going to be an extraordinary thing to watch. So good on all of you, but this is formality today. Absolutely understand why you're doing the shelf registration, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
As Ms. Roberts laid out the elements of NRS 16.115 being met previously, the draft is in order. And so at this time, it's appropriate for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have just a quick point of order.
Hey, is it draft 2?
So I have draft 1 dated February 6th, 25.
In both of our.
The other one didn't have a
Notebook.
draft date.
Yeah.
Yes, they should both be draft 2 dated March 14th.
Can you hand that down here?
Oh, yeah, I don't have that one. Here.
Do you have a draft 2? Like, I know you're going to ask me to sign it at the end if it gets approved, so I know you have one. There's a lot of Jennifer Hancocks that I have.
That's the so that's draft 2.
You do me.
Usually it says it up here.
Can you do me a favor?
Chief Rippey, for the record, member Sundahl. It was draft number 1, but because of the location change, it got changed to draft number 2. It is draft number 2 for the record.
Okay,
And we
I'd
did
ask
review that.
Jennifer Roberts to look at it, please, and make sure that she's looking at the same thing we're looking at, since we don't have draft numbers on ours and we don't have dates on. So it doesn't say Boulder City.
Correct. That does look to be the same draft that we have reviewed.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
And would agree to.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. Could you grab that back? Thank you. If this doesn't work out, there's a Marshall courthouse gig that's very popular.
Thank you.
With that, Madam Chair, I would be prepared to make a motion.
All right.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And that's pursuant to draft number 2 of the order dated 2/14/27.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, 25.
Sorry, I didn't even catch that. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and there are none opposed. Thank you for being here today. I misspoke. I want to go ahead and call non-restricted number 8 because it's being referred back. Thank you.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Stephen Neely for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
I would note that this item is being referred back to the board as the applicant has requested to have this matter referred back because his employment circumstances have changed. So it's referred back to the board. And at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. Okay. How are we doing for,
I'm back.
okay, I'm just waiting for our audiovisual cue. Okay, we're back after our brief recess. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Witold Waczynski for licensure as a key executive at BetMGM LLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Chair Tagliati, I would like to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude that the independence of judgment for a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship, and therefore I plan to participate in this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Vitek. Witold is his formal name, but goes by Vitek Waczynski, and he is to my left. And he is prepared, if you would like, to give a brief overview of his background. He lives here in Las Vegas, flew in, but had been in Phoenix for business, flew in this morning so that he could be with us.
Good afternoon, I'm Vitek Waczynski. I'm the SVP of Strategy and Development at BetMGM. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your time. I'm responsible for business development, M&A, investor relations, and various other corporate commercial activities within BetMGM. I report to Adam Greenblatt, the CEO, and as Scott mentioned, I live in Vegas for the past 5 years.
Thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am going to ask my colleagues at this time. I will start with Commissioner Markantonis.
Mr. Waczynski, thank you for being here with us today. I was very interested in listening to your presentations of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and perhaps you would just give us a quick precede versions one more time for the benefit of our audience as well, of your background.
Of course.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, I've lived in Vegas for the past 5 years. I've been involved with BetMGM since the company started. We negotiate also on the UK side at a company called GVC, which is now called Entain. Negotiated together with Adam, the current CEO of BetMGM, the joint venture deal with MGM in mid-2018, and we really started to build BetMGM in earnest in 2019. So previously I was at Entain, GVC, Labros Coral, before GVC acquired Labros Coral. Been in the industry for over 10 years, but I started as a management consultant. I was in private equity. I ran my own business at one point and traveled quite a bit.
You certainly have. And when you mention private equity, which seems to be a very big deal in our, certainly in our community for the last 10, 15 years, perhaps, maybe more, maybe 20. Where do you see the work that you're doing right now, particularly with BetMGM, going in the next 5 to 10 years? What do you see is in the future for what we're all focused on?
Well, we're seeing a lot of growth in the legal industry, in the legal online sports betting, and iGaming industry. We're hoping for more growth to come as more states legalize the various products. But there's also a lot of uncertainty because we do have the offshore operators, we have the quasi-legal products that are being deployed, primarily due to people's inventiveness and lack of regulatory frameworks available in a number of states. So people find ways in order to deploy products that ultimately the players want. So we're hoping for more states to legalize and for us to be able to participate in those markets. Yeah, we also see a lot of pressure on our unit economics. Taxes are increasing. There are various restrictions being put in place, and we always remain compliant and to the letter of the law and regulation. And as legal operators, we have to deal with those things and attempt to mitigate them.
Of course, and you represent a very strong brand too. And inventiveness is not a phrase I had heard. We touched on this a bit earlier today with one of our sessions regarding offshore operators and unscrupulous operators and whatever they may be. But you don't think, or perhaps you do, that federal intervention is required to nip these in the bud? Or do you see that as you just mentioned, a state-by-state process that needs to be undertaken? Just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, of course. The way, as you know, the way legal sports betting and online casino is legalized is on a state-by-state basis. On the sports betting side, since PASPA was repealed in 2018. So it's very much up to each individual state to set up their own frameworks and tax the industry and protect the players. And that's a system that has worked to date. Now we see products which are being deployed across the country, which are circumventing those states' frameworks. So I guess I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer, but it'll be up to the states to decide how they respond to that.
Sounds like we need a whole other commission just to deal with that. But thank you for that, and I appreciate getting your insight on that. I certainly have reviewed your background, and I will have no hesitation in supporting you today. But thank you for that update. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. I did watch also the commission meeting, and I was very, very impressed with the two nonprofits that you work with no pay, and wondered if you wanted to expand on anything since that commission meeting regarding those.
One of them is an actual nonprofit here in Vegas called Impact Nevada, and I was happy to be invited to be on the board of that nonprofit and contribute in any way I can. Since moving to Vegas 5 years ago, I fell in love with the city. I fell in love with the culture. I love the fact that everything here is made by people, and people need to work together in order to survive in the desert. And I think it imparted a certain culture to the city, which I love. So I'm attempting to contribute in any way I can towards the sustainability of the city. The other appointment is that's a commercial organization. I know them to produce good work, and I'm just there to help likewise with information that I can provide to them.
Well, you have an impeccable resume, and you've been licensed in so many jurisdictions, including Canada. I am just surprised you've never been licensed or found suitable here in Nevada. And it's just a pleasure to support your application. So thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Baczynski, thank you for being here. I also wanted to learn a little bit about Impact Nevada, so thank you for sharing that with us. I think any collaboration between businesses and nonprofits is crucial, especially in a state such as ours, so thank you for your service to that. I have absolutely no hesitation with anything on your application. It's very thorough. Your presentation answered the few questions that I had, so I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliani. Well, Krolicki welcomes Baczynski. It's all good. Family's from Krakow. I know you're from Wausau.
That's
originally.
right. Yeah. That's where I was born. Yeah.
You were impeccably qualified. BetMGM is quite fortunate to have you and your experience and passion for these things. And what I read in this, just your decency and how you've approached things. It was Chair Hendrick had talked about Vixio, and Commissioner Silver's already mentioned it, but I read a lot in a day, and I don't know if I can fit more things, but now I know that this is out there. But can you go in a little bit more detail on Vixio and how you engage and how you contribute to their reports?
Of course. So as you know, they produce market research reports and they keep track of regulatory developments. They have a board of advisors who come from various backgrounds, and one of the things they do, for example, with us is test new products. So they ask us, would this kind of product be helpful? So we have a discussion about this, provide them with feedback, and they either accept it or not.
So you're just checking boxes, or you're contributing
we're
editorial content?
I'm not contributing editorial content, just advising them on whichever key questions they may have. So it's an advisory board.
Good. No. Again, welcome. You're well-traveled. Today you only had to come from Arizona, but the industry beyond BetMGM is fortunate to have your skill sets in the industry, and fully support your application today.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for being here today. I've asked somebody else, so I'm going to ask you, how would you compare our process with the other regulatory agencies that you've had investigations and licensing? How would you
This is
tell the truth?
Well, firstly, Senior Agent Ashlyn Burke has done a great job. So I thank her for that. This is the most thorough process that I have been through. So I'm hoping that Eric's right. The subsequent ones will be a lot easier. But that's really the first one that I have to compare. So it was very thorough, but very professional. And Agent Burke was amazing to work with.
Well, thank you for that. Obviously, you have an incredible background and resume, and I'm going to support with, I believe, my colleagues, your application. So at this time, I would call for a motion.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I move for approval for non-restricted item number 9, as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you at this time read into the record non-restricted number 10?
Non-restricted number 10 are the applications of Giuseppe Giordali for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Commissioner Krolicki, do you want to incorporate herein by reference your previous disclosure?
I absolutely do. Thank you.
Okay, we'll consider that done. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of the applicant Giuseppe Giordali. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing Mr. Giordali to not have to travel from the UK again for this meeting. He is available by Zoom if you have any questions for him. I think he is prepared to make a brief presentation about his background.
We have him in the Zoom room. Great. Hello.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Tajati, honorable commission members, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Giuseppe Giordali, and I'm the president of B2B at GAN. Thank you again for allowing me to appear remotely. Would have loved to be in Vegas, but yeah, thank you for saving me that travel. I was born in, just in short, I was born in Germany, where my parents had immigrated for work purposes. Raised in Italy up to the age of 10, then moved back to Germany. This is where I got my business administration and engineering degree at the Fachhochschule of Karlsruhe. To wrap up my study, I went to the UK for an internship at GAN to perform my diploma thesis. I went through a variety of roles at GAN until in March of 23, I got to my current position as president of B2B, taking over all real money gaming, sim, as well as the sports business, all on the B2B side. On the non-work front, I'm married to my wife, Claudia, and we're proud parents of Gioia 10, Perla 6, and Salvatore 2. There is not much else to tell, since between work and family, there isn't any time for much else. With that, I want to thank you for having me here today, or remotely, and I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's very nice to meet you. I am sure my colleagues will have questions or comments, so I will start on my right this time with Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Giordali, pleasure to see you, even if it's just virtual, but I appreciate it's a tough turnaround back to back within a couple of weeks to do. You know, your application is very straightforward. I'm very comfortable with it. This might sound like a silly question though, but how old are you? We have 66 in our packet, and you're not 66. I think in our rump documents.
I'm 43.
44
this year.
Yeah, we were only 21 years off or something, but I was saying that guy looks great. When I saw you.
I hope that I look great independently of my age, but
Now, and watching the Gaming Control Board meeting, you laid out a great update for the Sammy Siga merger and those activities. I really have no additional questions. And again, I just support your application and support your activities and looking forward to progress in the merger and all the things that you're doing, but you're impeccably qualified to serve in your role.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I don't want you to ask my age, so I'm never going to ask yours. I too have no hesitancy in supporting your application. You have terrific experience. Your background has, made an impact in all the companies that you've been in. So I'm happy to support it, and I do appreciate you being here to answer questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Simple, 30 jurisdictions. I mean, I'm not going to ask you any tricky questions, your favorite color, your lucky number, everything. It's all going to work. You check all the boxes. But I am curious and fascinated by the jurisdictions that you have been licensed in and your travel that involves a multitude of countries that are almost on opposite ends of the various continents, Estonia, Israel, of course. What comments do you have? How do you spend your time between all of those with the family that you just described that you have based here? Go ahead, give us a paintbrush version.
Well, actually, I think we have been in saving mode, let's call it, because of the merger. So I've actually been, from that perspective, lucky. I think we're limiting travel to essential. So obviously having a variety of teams around the world and customers, sometimes travel is a requirement, but I think we're literally talking about once a quarter, more or less. So I'm actually quite lucky. I think I would struggle in different circumstances to go in between the various countries, but I think actually over the last year, it's probably been no more than once a quarter travel. So we're literally trying to do what's essential. That's about it.
Thank you for that. And, when you're dealing with so many different employees in different countries, it must be somewhat of a handful where compliance and AML procedures and processes are involved, because I would imagine that these are very different in the list of countries that are looked at today. I doubt that one plan fits all, as much as we would, as regulators like it to be that way, as we try and ensure it is in Nevada. Any comments on that?
Well, I think you have Ms. Tiscareño in the room who leads all of those efforts on my behalf. But yes, you are not on my behalf, sorry, who leads all of those efforts, full stop. No, there isn't one fits all, absolutely not. But obviously, again, we are in the regulated space, so we just adapt to anything that we need to introduce based on the territories that we go into. And obviously, we're taking the US very seriously. And I think it's the US standards, which are the strictest, are the ones that we try and apply across all of the board, especially on the B2B side, which is the side I manage.
Thank you, Mr. Gardnerly. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have. No hesitation in supporting Mr. Gardnerly. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you again for your presentation. Dovetailing on what Member Kurlicki had said, I didn't notice your youthful appearance in the last meeting. And so my one question was, what did you do prior to 2003? Your history only goes back 25 years. I just didn't catch that, and I should have known. Mr. Chang and Ms. Tiscareño were here recently from GAN, and we've licensed them. And, it's remarkable your background and that you started as an apprentice at GAN and worked your way up to president, in 25 years there. So, I'm more than happy to support your application as well. And thank you again for your presentation.
Very nice. Thank you.
So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to hear other applicants answer the question of the day. But I have been inquiring of folks that have been licensed in other jurisdictions how we compare, and asked for an honest answer.
It's
Knowing that you have the full support of the commission already, so you don't have to candy coat anything.
No. I think Agent Bridges was brilliant throughout the process. It wasn't the first jurisdiction I got licensed, so I think New Jersey was my first one, and which was quite thorough. I think Nevada absolutely trumps it. It's more thorough. But once you're used to the level of information that is requested, and to be honest, in my case, it's not particularly difficult. My career was at GAN. All of my earnings come from GAN. So it's not too difficult. So yes, it's absolutely more thorough. And I think some of the questions you receive, you don't really expect, but it's literally going through every single line on the bank statements and querying. So I think it's for sure the most thorough, but not painful at all, I have to be honest, and straightforward, if I may so say. So while strict, yes, I think if there is nothing to hide, it's not necessarily a problem in itself.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your answer. You're obviously qualified and have the support of the commission, so I think it's the appropriate time for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 11.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Sega Sammy Holdings, Inc. for amendment to order of registration. It is also the application of GAN Limited for an amendment to order terminating registration. You also have the applications of Sega Sammy Holdings, Inc., Sega Sammy Creation, Inc., Sega Sammy Creation USA, Inc., GAN Limited, GAN UK Limited, GAN Nevada, Inc., Koichi Fukuzawa, Naoki Kamita, and David Ross for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Madam Chair, if I could incorporate by reference my disclosure in the previous item.
The record will reflect that. Thank you. At this time, good afternoon. I want to make sure that we're talking about the two orders, both draft number 2 dated March 14th, 2025, correct?
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati. Again, for the record, Scott Scherer. Yes, that's what I was just reviewing on my iPad to look at the date because I knew you were going to ask that question. So yes, draft number 2 dated March 14th, 2025 for both orders.
Okay, thank you. And at the tape,
and I have, yes, with me today, we have Sylvia Tiscareno, and we have Mr. Rob Leakites. There have been questions in the past from Mr. Leakites about the field trial, so he's here to answer any of those questions you have, although I think he's answered them fairly thoroughly in the prior meetings. And I do want to say that with regard to the request for the waiver of regulation 4080, we are expecting the remaining approvals in April and May, and still plan to close the transaction by the end of May, but would be happy to have the typical 6-month extension of the Reg 4080 waiver.
Thank you. At this time, on my left, Commissioner Marcantonis or Silver, do you have questions or comments?
Chair, I have nothing further to add following the review of the Gaming Control Board's session earlier. Thank you.
Commissioner Silver, anything?
No. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
I also don't have anything. I think it's pretty straightforward, and we obviously anticipated this application from the prior meetings that we heard and considered. So thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Leakites, it's a pleasure to actually see you not virtually. I think I've seen you for the past year or something, but never in person. You actually exist, and you know,
I'm a real person. Yes,
it's nice. You know, if my question would be, has anything happened in the past few weeks since the Gaming Control Board meeting regarding GLI and the certification process?
Yes, so we are
glad I asked.
Yeah. We did receive some good news this morning, actually, from the technology division with regards to our field trial procedures. Those have been, we've received notification that stations can start scaling those back this week. There's still a few procedures remaining, but the technology division has been fantastic to work with. But they're satisfied with the bulk of those procedures so far. With regards to GLI, we're hopeful that they get wrapped up with everything by tomorrow. We're anticipating that the GLI cert will be handed over to Nevada Gaming by next Friday at the latest. And then the tech and audit divisions would take approximately 3 to 4 weeks to review that.
Good. I think that's great. And you already gave them a shout out, but I know our colleagues in the technology division sometimes get beat up and regularly get beat up. But it's just nice to they've worked very hard. I think Chair Hendrick said, this one pilot and others have taken more time from the technology folks and probably any other, project that they've done. That may be exaggerating a little, but a substantial amount of time. So shout out to them. If I think Chief Barbie's out of Nevada, but if Senior Agent Fry is here, if there's any update, I don't know if she's here. It's not necessary. Just wanted to give her an opportunity. I don't see her coming forward. No, I'm fine, fully support it. It's a straightforward and understand why you need the extended time.
I don't have anything to add. I don't have any additional questions. I thank you for being here today, just in case, any of my colleagues had any in-depth questions beyond what's already been asked. At this time, I would ask if one of them has a motion to make.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on, I'm sorry.
That's pursuant to both draft twos of the orders dated 2/14/25.
Thank you.
3/14. 3/14. Yes.
So any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
And since age has been the topic today, I earlier heard Mr. McKellar referred to as old. I will note that Mr. McKella's oldest son and my oldest grandson attend the same school, so I do not consider Mr. McKella old.
For the record, I appreciate Mr. Shear's comments.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, I believe that brings us to restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of Lori Lynn Everts for temporary licensure as personal representative of the estate of John George Gamoki and for licensure as a member and/or manager as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of J Goal LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Everts Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company as noted on the agenda and for finding of suitability of Lori Lynn Everts as trustee and beneficiary. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato. I'm an enrolled agent. Here with me via Zoom should be Miss Everts. We appreciate the ability for her to appear via Zoom. She is attending an out-of-state wedding. And so we did give affirmative presentation at the board meeting. We'd be glad to give that again or abbreviated version of that. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
So can we get working on the Zoom room? Okay. Ms. Everts, are you there?
I just texted her and she said she was on, so let me.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm on.
All right. Does she have her camera on and we just can't see it, or can you tell?
Got it. Hello.
Hello. Well, we can't see you, but I think that's okay because we've
Oh.
seen you. Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Hi.
okay.
Hi.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you zooming in. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues, start with Commissioner Markantonis, if he has any questions, comments.
Thank you for being with us today, Ms. Everts. Of course, in this case, we've had a series of theoretically violations, timeliness violations over a period of time. My condolences to you and your team for the passing of two key individuals in this whole process, in the middle of the process. And I can just imagine what kind of a burden that descended upon yourself. And as you stand here to face us today, or at least over Zoom. But I was satisfied thereafter to hear on the Gaming Control Board how you have managed to navigate yourself through of this process with the help of counsel. And I don't have any further questions on the actual case.
Okay.
And I wait to hear what my fellow commissioners have to add, but I will be supporting today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Yes, I was very satisfied with the board meeting. I was just wondering if you might want to expand on your experience through your employment when you lived in Wisconsin up until now you're taking over this particular
Yes,
task.
sure.
Thank you.
Born and raised in La Crosse, Wisconsin, until I was 50 years old. From that in that time, I was first started out in the accounting field. Then I had two children and kind of stumbled upon the bar restaurant business through a friend helping him out, which I grew attached to for the next part of my life. And in 2015, moved out here with John, where he got his gaming license to start the Plate Bar and Grill. And it's been 10 years of business, which I was involved in the whole time.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry if you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Satisfied with what had transpired at the board. I also give my condolences to you for the string of unfortunate events as well. And I'm happy to support your application. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Krolicki or Solus Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Everts, pleasure to see you. Thank you for participating today. I too have, great sympathy for why we're having to make this exception today in the tardy filing. You have suffered great loss, and to make a larger statement, I appreciate the conversation, the Gaming Control Board, that perhaps we can look at regulations and things, because what happened to you in the tardy filings, it's happening regularly. We're seeing this, and in times of grief and confusion, and you managed to pay taxes. I mean, you did all the things you were supposed to do, except do the licensing part. But if there's a way we can address that, so we don't always have to have this, because it's common. People are missing deadlines because they're unaware because of it, and there's a very tragic and sad moment. But I'm comfortable. Are you, just to confirm, you're participating in the gaming seminar next month? So
yeah, I'm already registered.
Perfect. Well, I think you'll learn a lot, but no, you are perfectly appropriate for this license, and appreciate meeting you, and I wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions?
I don't have any additional questions, Ms. Everts. Thank you for being here. I saw your presentation prior, and the materials are very clear. I mean, it's a series of unfortunate events, and I do also offer my condolences for the loss of Mr. Gamoki. But I also wanted to thank you. I mean, you did the hard things and kept the business going and paid the taxes, and kept your employees employed. So I think kudos are owed to you as well for doing that, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Everts, I don't have anything to add. I echo all of the comments of my colleagues. And I support this application. So at this time, I would ask one of them to make a motion.
Madam Chair. Excuse me. Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations.
Thank
Thank
you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you.
We'd like to thank Agent Marta Rosian for all her work on this application as well.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Bowl Incline Inc. doing business as Bowl Incline for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Tomkovitz Family Revocable Trust as a holding company as noted on the agenda, and for finding of suitability of Stephen Anthony Tomkovitz Sr. and Tracy Marie Tomkovitz as a trustee and beneficiary. You also have the applications of Stephen Tomkovitz Sr. and Tracy Tomkovitz for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Adriana Guzman Freilich, counsel for the Tomkovitz family and for Bowl Incline. Thank you again for approving the waiver of my client's attendance, and I am here to answer any questions. No affirmative presentation.
So just for the record, they were across the world and their travel circumstances didn't really allow them to zoom in. And so because of the lengthy, detailed presentation before the board, I was comfortable in waiving their appearance. And I knew that council would be here to answer any questions any of you might have. So I will open it up at this time. Thank you.
No questions for me, Madam Chair.
Ms. Freilich, it's Brian Krolicki. Always a pleasure to see you. We've known each other a long time, and I'm sorry we don't have the chance to meet the family, but certainly understand their waiver today by chair. I did have a question about the amount of money. I think I heard $16 million had been invested in this facility in Incline Village. Can you confirm that?
That's correct. They actually spent $3 million just to buy the property and $16 million in counting on all of the improvements. And have you been there?
And this is what I'm sorry I'm not seeing, because I absolutely have. I spent a lot of time in Incline. I live at South Shore, wander over to, the other side of the lake or the East Shore regularly, but I've been there, I've eaten there. I can't say that I've bowled, but the high schools often do things together, and that is a location where the community gathers. It fits people. You don't have many options, or certainly at that price point. So, but that's an extraordinary sum for a hobby job for a family to undertake, but I applaud them for doing it. And it's just a wonderful facility for the community of Incline, which again, just by the nature of it, doesn't have a portfolio of activities like that. But I just applaud them, and I fully support their application today.
I thank you very much.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Yes, I was fascinated. Of course, we can't be incredulous with 16 million spent. The thing was built in 1966. I think that's what
comes with asbestos.
Told us. And I was thinking that sounds actually low. It's almost, but I was so fascinated by the whole family. That is quite a story. And I know, and I had put in my notes that I think they've been very busy following the Gaming Control Board. Everyone was racing back down because they have an event. Is it a crab feed or something like that with the Incline High School that they're hosting or catering like tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? So we wish them luck with that. But I thought that all of the I's were dotted, all the T's were crossed. This is the kind of family unity and entrepreneurship that we love to see in the state, and no hesitation of support from my side today. Please pass that on if the family has not viewed this, and thank you for being here on their behalf. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Yes, did I read correctly that in a supplemental report that the capacity of this particular venue was for over 1,000 people?
Yes, 1,080 people.
Wow. And Well, I did watch, obviously, the board meeting, and all of my other questions had been answered. And I would just comment that I concur with Commissioner Krolicki that there's better skiing up an incline than Jackson Hole. So having learned to ski there in 10th grade. So I fully support the application. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for being here on behalf of your clients today. I don't have any additional comments or questions, and I think it's a very exciting project, and it was great to listen to all the details that we heard, and I'm completely in support. So at this time, if someone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you on behalf of the Tonkovics family. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Conditions.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 3?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Drexel LLC doing business as Giuseppe's by the Lake for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of the Flori del Sangro Gaming Trust for registration as a holding company, as noted on the agenda, and for finding of suitability of Florindo Anthony del Sangro as a trustee and beneficiary. You also have the applications of Alfred del Sangro, the Flori del Sangro Gaming Trust, and Florindo del Sangro for licensure as a member and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Togliatti, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, Glenn Light with the law firm Womble Bond Dickinson, formerly known as Lewis Roca. I'm accompanied at the podium by the applicants, Alfred del Sangro and Florindo del Sangro. By way of background, the Del Sangros have applied to operate 15 gaming devices at their new location, Giuseppe's by the Lake. The Del Sangros have both been licensed in Nevada, and the Giuseppe's brand is well known throughout the valley. As you know, both applicants provided a affirmative presentation at the Gaming Control Board hearing. We would be happy to repeat the presentation or just go straight to questions.
Good afternoon. It's nice to have you both here. Thank you for being here. I would just ask that if one of my colleagues asks you a question, just push the button so you get the green on your mic. There you go. And I'll open it up, starting with on my left with Commissioner Silver or Marcantonis. Do you have any questions or comments?
Well, I can start. I mean, if you care.
Start.
Neither of you has ever taken the compliance seminar. Are you enrolled or intending to do that? Is that right?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay.
am. I didn't enroll right now because we're still building over there. So we're going through, we should have our final, hopefully this next coming week for building out our place. So I didn't enroll into the April one because we're going to be opening very close to that. So my intentions is to open it, enroll in June.
Thank you for that. And this is another one of these family stories that are so intriguing that come out of our state. As you probably heard, perhaps the rest earlier today. Was it your dad? This was started with a glimmer and an idea in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, my father and my uncle, that's my uncle and my father and him. And my uncle got us all to head this way west and start, we were in the
Oh,
restaurant.
he grabbed you one and said, I'm going and you're
Grabbed us
coming with
and
me?
went with us.
But just as well.
Yeah, well, we
You're
were
pretty
in the
compliant.
restaurant and bar business back in Cleveland.
Okay.
And then they wanted to head to Nevada. So little by little, we all ended up out here.
Okay, and I know that you have slightly different responsibilities to the two locations, and one of you is the finance, so we'll spend more time on the finance side, and one of you is really more involved in the marketing side and operations. Is that correct? And yet, as being such close family members, do you see any crossovers? Do you ever have any arguments? I'm just fascinated by the whole story, or is it just easy sailing? Just like you will do what I say. Oh.
Well, it's easy sailing, but you're gonna hit some bumps.
You're gonna hit some bumps?
You work 'em
Okay.
out. You work them out. Everybody's
Is there
pretty.
anything else?
Well, I admired how you handled the Gaming Control Board, I may say. When are you due to open? April, midweek in April, I think?
Hopefully by the 10th or the 15th, that's what we're planning to open. And we should be going through our health department on Monday. We just got fired. We have fire there this afternoon. They passed us earlier on the air event. So it's moving along pretty good. So hopefully health department, they did a courtesy walk through us. So we did correct everything they wanted corrected. So hopefully on Monday, we get the okay from the health department. We finish up all our inspections and we can file.
Well, and you've already got the okay on your menu from Judge Assad
Yeah.
at the Gaming Control Board, but you are probably, since short time I've been on the commission, the only applicants who've ever received a recommendation, a church saying, let them open. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, I know it is right. I just had to say it because I'm loving it.
Yes.
So they see you as a synergistic operation, the church, and a few paces away.
Well, it's on the shopping center has been empty for many, many years.
Right.
And I think the church is on the other end of the shopping center. And so I think there's really not any effect of a separate entrance, really. And so I don't think there's going to be any effect in that. No. They feel comfortable doing that with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Silver?
Thank you so much, and thank you again for coming here. I only had a couple comments. Again, he mentioned, I thought it was very gracious that the church wrote such a supportive letter on your behalf, and I can see why. I mean, based on the comments you made, as far as revitalizing that area, I think it's great. And my second comment would be that I couldn't believe that Judge Assad had never been to your Durango location because I'm a regular patron of your menu there, and it's great food. So I know, and I look forward to you having that same hospitality in Henderson. So thank you so much again for being here. I know you've obviously been licensed before, and I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey and Kerlicki?
I also have no concerns. Your food is terrific and I'm excited. I live in Henderson, so I'm excited to have a location closer to me. And I wish you the best of luck as you gear up to open.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, welcome to the Dos Sangros and your family and Mr. Light. Thank you for being here. It was thoroughly enjoyable to watch the encounter with the Gaming Control Board and like the perfect meatball. You know, it felt like a reality TV series in the making here. You come with a lot of personality and bigness, and that's just fun. Other items have been addressed, the church, the opening dates. I would urge, if there was any way to, I don't know what the date is in April, but the gaming seminar, it doesn't take more than a couple hours. I know you're busy trying
We are hoping to go and they have another one in June, on the 17th of June, and that's the one we're going to probably plan.
And I think that's what I heard, but you know what, if there's, if there is one in April, you can still get in it. I've gone through it. It just takes a couple hours. I would really urge it. Those are important things to know, and you'll be operating and waiting until June. If there's a way to avoid it, or if one of you can do it, that would be terrific, but I fully support the application.
We will do it.
Okay, I don't have any additional questions or comments. I appreciate both of you being here and excited for you and your new endeavor. And I'm going to ask one of my colleagues, I'm going to ask if someone has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in restricted number 5?
Restricted number 5 is the application of 7689 Tavern LLC for a disposition of membership interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good afternoon.
Chair Togliatti and members of the commission, thank you for allowing us to appear before you today. I'd like to take just a minute and introduce the two principals in this business. First of all, to my right is Mr. Jason Talati. Jason is a 35% shareholder in this company. Jason is the principal, the primary principal in actually 15 restricted locations throughout the state, 13 of which are operated under the name Flowing Tide Pubs. And then there are two private named ones. In the two private named ones, he has a different set of partners than he has in the Flowing Tide Pubs, but it's quite an amalgamation of properties. 5 of those Flowing Tide Pubs are here in Las Vegas. They've been expanding down here in the last year. Now, this application relates to the approval of a redemption of interest of one of his partners in one of the 2 non-Flowing Tide locations. This is the Parlor in Reno. And this also relates to an application that was heard by the Board and Commission back in December of 2022. The Parlor opened actually during COVID and went through all of those restraints and problems, but there were 3 partners in that property. It's owned by 7689 Tavern LLC. And I might have been remiss, the other partner, Justin Moscove, is also attending at the gaming board's office via video. We had some travel complexities with him. Because of spring break and kids on vacation and things. So, but he is available for this hearing. Now, going back to this was one of the locations where the 3 partners were Mr. Talati, who is my son-in-law, Mr. Chimiruski, who is the gentleman whose shares are being redeemed, and Mr. Moscove. And as I said, this goes back to 2022. And it's really sort of a sad story because what happened is the Parlor, notwithstanding having opening during COVID, it became successful. Mr. Chimiruski was brought in as the on-site general manager and as a partner in the business with Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscove. As things developed between their opening in 2019 and 2022, there was Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscove determined that there was some money missing from the company. It was a very significant amount of money and cash that had been taken out and misappropriated. And upon looking into it further, they found that Mr. Chimiruski had been taking cash out of the business to fund his own personal gaming problem. At the time, it was very upsetting to everybody, but Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscove determined to give Mr. Chimiruski, in effect, a second chance. And so in 2022, all of the parties were in front of the Board and Commission. They reduced Mr. Chimiruski's interest down. He sold some of his shares at that time to Mr. Talati and to Mr. Moscove. And he also entered into a settlement agreement with the company saying, putting forth commitments and obligations that he, would seek help, that he would, address his problem. And notwithstanding that it was a very substantial amount of money, the partners gave him a second chance. And we had a hearing in front of the Board and Commission in December 2022 and 2 hearings. And, it was difficult to have the parties address this. Mr. Chimiruski was present, as were Mr. Moscove and Mr. Talati. Well, a big part of this agreement was that Mr. Chimiruski would seek help, do everything he could to get over his problem, not take any more money from the company, and, well, just generally try to resolve and address his problems. Unfortunately, in 2023, after this happened, well, first of all, the company was hit with a complaint by the Equal Rights Commission based upon Mr. Chimiruski's conduct as general manager. in a sexual harassment claim. That cost the company a lot of money to resolve and settle. Then things started happening. There were observations and secondhand reports that he was gambling again. Mr. Moskov actually heard such a report and went to the place where he was supposedly gambling, and he looked at the video, and yes, he saw there was Mr. Chmielewski sitting at the bar playing bar top machines, not at one of the locations, but at their golf tournament at a golf course in Sparks. And he hit a reportable jackpot, and it was all on video. And then, like I said, there were other secondhand reports. This was towards the end of summer of 2023. And so Mr. Moskov and Mr. Talati, started doing some more investigation, looking around and talking, and they were getting further secondhand reports about Mr. Chmielewski being seen gambling, whatever. And it came to a head in early November of 2023. Mr. Chmielewski admitted, yes, he was gambling again. He had quit going to his therapist, his doctor, his joint therapy with his wife. He had given it all up because it didn't help. We had given him all the information about the Gaming Control Board's gaming seminar at the beginning of 2023 and told him he should go to that. He said he looked into it and it wasn't available, and he never went to that. And it was just another ugly incident. And so Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov decided to implement the provisions of the settlement agreement that had been the basis of the 2022 hearings as well, to have the company redeem and cancel his interest in the company. And so that requires a final formal approval by the board and commission of the redemption and cancellation of his interest. And that's what we're seeking today. Like I said, all of this has been very unpleasant for everybody. Nobody likes having to deal with this, but Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov just, are sort of at wit's end and not willing to give him another golden opportunity. That's why we're here today.
Thank you for your very detailed presentation. It's helpful. Appreciate the context and understanding everything. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
I do. I just wanted to comment.
Turning it off.
Sorry. Thank you for being here for your presentation. The comment I would make is that I had read Mr. Chmielewski's letter to the Nevada Gaming Control Board agents regarding his side of the story. And although he challenges the amount in controversy as well as the value of his percentage in the business and how the signed settlement agreement went down, he is on record saying that he does not plan to file a lawsuit and would rather move on from this to spend his money and efforts on a new business venture. So he chose, in my view, not to come here and answer questions or put on the record a formal opposition to this. So accordingly, based on the record that I see and what was made by the board and Chairman Hendricks' detailed, thorough analysis of the regulations and the statute, I just wanted to put on the record that I would then support, of course, your application. So.
Well, thank you, Justice Silver. And I would just state for the record that we have not seen any letter or report, not had any chance to review it or respond to it. And, we don't know what he said. We only know that he's unhappy. He's very disgruntled. He did engage counsel. They've threatened litigation several times. The last correspondence we had from the attorney was the company has to pay up, and it was a very extraordinary amount, pay up a certain sum of money or else. And if they did, he and his client would remain silent. We wrote back to them and told them, no, we don't pay for silence. But that's why you have a letter today.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
I would go with my legal colleagues. I believe Judge Assad in the Gaming Control Board meeting said this is just outright plain embezzlement, I quote. And quite frankly, when I read this is disgraceful. Two friends who bring in somebody, try and help them out and get ripped off. That's how I see it when I read it. So I have no hesitation in supporting your application today. Sometimes the good guys win. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Solus Rainey.
Mr. Hicks, thank you for your presentation. I was here in 2022. He appeared before us. I reread the testimony that he gave at that meeting, and he understood the consequences. He understood he was getting a second chance. He made representations to us as how he was dealing with the issue, and apparently he didn't. So I have no hesitancy in supporting your application. The settlement agreement is what it is, and I leave that to the courts to determine. But I feel he's been treated fairly as far as this process has been concerned. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Krolicki.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Hicks, it's always a great pleasure to see you in your semi-retirement. So I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity because we've got former Governor Sandoval in the back, but one of the great joys that we all shared was the Nevada sesquicentennial. And I know I've said that before, but it's been 10 years, 11 years since, but it's still aglow and I still see all the markers around Nevada and things. But Governor Sandoval, thank you for the assignment for the sesquicentennial committee and the not-for-profit that we had, and that thing went on for years, and it was just a great joy. And you did a splendid job, and it made us all proud to be Nevadans and to celebrate our history, our culture, our people, and our uniqueness. And you were instrumental in all of that. I am sorry to see you today for the circumstances. I thought the Gaming Control Board record was exquisite. It took some time to get out there, but it's just an unfortunate situation. We have a transfer who's not here and who's not engaging. So again, that's highly unusual. Certainly the Gaming Control Board, this commission, Nevada doesn't want to be engaged in any of the litigation that potentially is happening or will be happening. This is about the gaming piece. And it makes exquisite sense for us to be addressing this, but based on a very thorough record. And I believe the Gaming Control Board is going to place has placed an administrative hold on Mr. Kimaristi's license. I'm certainly ready to go forward. It's time to move on, and appreciate what we need to do today, and then fully comfortable doing so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Or I don't have any additional comments or questions. I would ask my colleagues if one of them has a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval on restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we thank the commission. We understand this is difficult for everybody. And Mr. Krolicki and Governor Sandoval, may we all be at the bicentennial in a few more years.
Madam Secretary, please read in restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Ash S&I Corporation to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 23192. It is also the application of Sonica Shams for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Ms. Shams, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here with Mrs. Shams. By way of background, Mrs. Shams was previously approved by the NGC back in 2020 or 2021 for her application to share in gaming revenue for her first 7-Eleven store. This is her second location in which she is applying again to share in revenue under the SRO's gaming license for that location. If approved, she's currently on space lease, and if approved, that space lease will convert to a participation agreement or share in revenue agreement, and she will start commencing receiving a percentage of the gaming revenue at that time. She did give some information about herself. She'd be glad to do that again if you would like her to, or we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. Thank you.
We would love to hear from you since you've waited all this time.
I'm Sunika Shams. I'm from Afghanistan. I've been in the United States for 23 years. I started my first business, UPS store, 2017. I purchased a franchise, a 7-Eleven in 2020, and this is my second location.
How is it going?
Busy.
Well, we appreciate you being here today and your patience while we get through the agenda to your matter. I'm going to ask my colleagues if any of them have any questions or comments, starting on my left here with Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Shawns. What a remarkable story.
Thank you.
You are going to complete, or have you already completed the gaming seminar?
I've already
For
completed.
restricted licensees. Okay,
Yes.
that's excellent. So that condition is taken care with. And wish you luck going forward. It's a remarkable story and you're setting a wonderful example.
Thank you so much.
No hesitation in supporting, Chair. Thank you. Judge Silva.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. You really answered all of my questions at the board meeting. You're more than qualified. I concur with my colleague here, your previous licensee, and just wishing you good luck on this new adventure too.
I
So,
appreciate it. Thank
night.
you. Privileged to be here, privileged to be in the US. My country people don't, get the education, but I'm here running 2 businesses. I'm very proud.
It's amazing. I mean, you're an entrepreneur. I mean, it's just fantastic when you read this. So it's just a pleasure to support your application.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Ms. Shams, thank you for being here. I too want to just commend you on a wonderful success story.
I appreciate it.
You've definitely taken advantage of the American dream and are making it work for yourself. So congratulations on that. I don't have any questions about your background or concerns about the requests that you have before us today, so I'm happy to support it.
Thank you
Best
so
of
much.
luck.
Thank you.
Commissioner Korlicki.
Ms. Shams, I'm excited to,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
it's turning on and off by itself. But I'm excited to meet you today. You so impressed me in your presentation to the Gaming Control Board. But again, you've done it all right. You've done it with grit and determination, and it is a marvelous story. And you've done again all the right things. You've already taken the seminar. I just would like to confirm. I think you said about 32 hours a week is how you're going to spend your time between the 2 properties. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes. However, I do have managers for the stores,
Yep.
but I spend 30 hours and between 30 to 32 hours in both stores. Recently, I'm working a lot in the 23192 because it's brand new, needs a lot of attention, but all I have is time. I enjoy working at 7-Eleven.
What's the distance between the 2 stores?
It is 20 minutes drive from 2 stores.
Good. Little inconvenient, but
Yes,
still good. No, I am delighted to support your application today.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, I thank you for being here today. I'm also supporting your application and congratulate you on the success of your first store and the opening or licensing for your second. And at this time, I would call for a motion.
Madam Chair, go ahead.
No, go
Sorry.
ahead. No.
Okay, Madam Chair, I move for approval of restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and is recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Congratulations.
And there are none opposed.
Good luck, Ms. Shams.
And we would like to thank Agent Partee for all her work on this application.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next item?
Next, for your consideration, you have 1 stipulation for settlement in order, settling the complaint filed in the matter of the Nevada Gaming Control Board versus Genting Berhad, Peak Avenue Limited, Susanna Duda SDM, BHD, Genting Assets, Inc., RWLV Holdings, Inc., and Resorts World Las Vegas, LLC, doing business as Resorts World Las Vegas, case number 24-04. I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Yes, thank you. I want to also welcome and acknowledge our Governor Brian Sandoval here before making the following recusal. I am recusing off of this matter due to my longstanding friendship with Scott Sabella, former president of Resort Worlds. Not only was Sabella the president of Resort Worlds, but he was also a member of the Anti-Money Laundering Committee of Resort Worlds at the time frame, which is at issue in this matter. Because I feel this disclosure would materially affect the independent judgment of a reasonable person in this situation, I recuse.
Good morning, afternoon, actually, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. I'm Darlene Caruso, Chief Deputy Attorney General, here today on behalf of the Gaming Control Board. I do have an affirmative presentation, but I want to let Ms. Okerberg make her introductions first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I'm Nevada Gaming Counsel to the respondents. In my presentation, I will refer to them as Resorts World or the company just for ease. And here with me on this matter is my colleague, Mark Ferrario.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioners. Before you for your consideration today is a stipulation for settlement between the board and the respondents, which will resolve a 10-count amended complaint filed contemporaneously with the stipulation. The settlement between the parties is the result of an in-depth and lengthy investigation by the board, significant remedial measures by the respondent, and many, many months of intense and extensive negotiations. First, I'll go over the allegations in the amended complaint, then I'll summarize the terms of the settlement, and then, of course, answer any questions you might have. The amended complaint arises out of an investigation of Resorts World by the board, initially related to the activities of suspected illegal bookmaker Matthew Boyer. It soon became apparent that that Resorts World had other customers that were also suspected of being illegal bookmakers. The media reported on Mr. Boyer's illegal bookmaking activities and subsequent guilty plea in federal court to charges of operating an unlawful gambling business and money laundering. The complaint itself provides details of the board's investigation and the alleged violations of Resorts World by Nevada gaming law. In summary, the board found that Mr. Boyer was a patron of Resorts World from early 2022 until he was banned in October 2023, following the execution of a federal search warrant to search Mr. Boyer's home. The board found that during the approximate 20 months Mr. Boyer was a patron of Resorts World, he was the subject of several AML committee meetings where his source of funds was an issue. Specifically, during that time, Resorts World could not establish Mr. Boyer's source of funds, or his source of funds was inconsistent with his level of play. Further, at one AML committee meeting in July 2022, Resorts World's director of Cage stated during the AML committee meeting that Mr. Boyer is a known bookie and was using his spouse's independent host business as a cover. Despite the information that Mr. Boyer was a known bookie and the lack of information regarding Mr. Boyer's source of funds, Resorts World continued to allow Mr. Boyer to wager at its casino. As detailed in the complaint, the board also found that various Resorts World casino hosts learned that Mr. Boyer was an illegal bookie, and in one case, a Resorts World host referred the name of another Resorts World customer to Mr. Boyer, yet the host failed to report that information to Resorts World. Additionally, Resorts World allowed Mr. Boyer to use his wife as a casino host for him and his associates, which furthered his illicit activities at the licensed property. Ultimately, Mr. Boyer, over a period of time that he was a Resorts World patron, wagered and lost millions of dollars. Beyond Mr. Boyer, the board's investigation also revealed that another Resorts World patron, Damian LaForbes, who is named in the amended complaint, wagered millions of dollars at Resorts World despite a Resorts World casino host knowing that he was an illegal bookmaker. This same host referred at least one Resorts World patron to LaForbes. The host did not report his knowledge of LaForbes' illegal bookmaking operation to Resorts World. Mr. LaForbes pled guilty to illegal bookmaking and related money laundering charges in federal court shortly after the original case was filed. Turning now to each of the individual counts in the amended complaint, count 1 addresses Resorts World's failure to establish that Mr. Boyer's source of funds was consistent with his level of play over the 20 months that he was a patron. Count 2 addresses Resorts World's failure to timely bar or ban Mr. Boyer. Count 3 addresses the failure of a Resorts World host to report that Mr. Boyer was an illegal bookmaker. Count 4 addresses the actions of a Resorts World host who referred a Resorts World patron to Mr. Boyer. Count 5 addresses the failure of a second Resorts World host to report that Mr. Boyer was an illegal bookmaker. Count 6 addresses Resorts World allowing Mr. Boyer's spouse to be used as his independent agent and earn commissions from Mr. Boyer's play. Counts 7, 8, and 9 reflect those aspects of the board's investigation related to Mr. LaForbes and address the failure of a Resorts World host to report that LaForbes was an illegal bookmaker and for that same host to refer a Resorts World patron to LaForbes. Resorts World's failure to ban or bar LaForbes is also addressed in those counts. Count 10, the final count, addresses the culture that existed at Resorts World where illegal bookmakers were welcomed, catered to, and allowed to wager. Counts 11 and 12, which were present in the original complaint, addressed concerns the board had with reported background of 2 other patrons at Resorts World. However, both counts 11 and 12 were removed because additional discovery revealed that Resorts World conducted sufficient enhanced due diligence and other compliance reviews regarding those 2 individuals to comply with Nevada gaming requirements. As a result, the counts regarding those patrons are not included in the amended complaint. Moreover, Resorts World has implemented a more stringent policy regarding high-risk patrons that satisfied the board going forward. With regard to the settlement, the board found that the violations alleged in its amended complaint are particularly egregious, warranting a substantial penalty and significant changes at Resorts World. Those goals are reflected in the stipulated settlement that is before you for approval, where the board and respondents have agreed to the following. First, respondents have agreed to pay a $10.5 million fine due to the state within 2 days should the commission approve the settlement. Second, in addition, respondents have agreed to a number of conditions on its license. And in summary, first, Resorts World shall maintain the core elements of its recently revised AML program, and they shall be revised and enhanced as necessary going forward to comply with all applicable laws. There shall be an annual review and updates to the AML program, and Ms. Okerberg will be detailing for the commission and for the record what those core elements are. Resorts World shall retain certain AML-related records for a period of at least 5 years. Within 60 days, Resorts World shall assign to all its independent agents an AML training module. Upon the 2-year anniversary of this settlement, Resorts World's independent internal audit team shall have 120 days to review, evaluate, and report on Resorts World's compliance with its AML program. The report must be provided to the board, and if the board chair is not satisfied, the chair can direct that an independent outside person or entity conduct additional review. Resorts World will report to the board chair within 3 business days of receiving notice from a government agency concerning any criminal investigation or disciplinary action. All material amendments to Resorts World's AML program must also be submitted to the board chair. Last of the conditions is Resorts World shall maintain at least its current AML staffing levels. The settlement also reflects the remediation efforts that respondents have implemented and that I anticipate Ms. Okerberg will review for you. And finally, the board reserves the right to bring a separate disciplinary action against Resorts World if any federal, criminal, civil, or administrative action is taken regarding the allegations in the amended complaint or otherwise related thereto. Those are the terms of the settlement, and that concludes my affirmative presentation. The board is respectfully requesting that the commission approve the settlement between the parties.
Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you very much, Chair Tagliotti and commissioners. We are before you today to ask the commission to approve the settlement as entered into by the board and the company. We have a presentation for you today where I'm going to outline the procedural posture, talk with you about the background of how we got here, and share with you the enhancements and all of the changes that Resorts World have made. As the commission is aware, and as Chief Caruso just outlined, the board filed a complaint against the company in August 2024. Notably, the company did not file an answer and has not responded to those allegations in a formal setting. Accordingly, we are before you today not in the context of a contested hearing or a fact-finding hearing, but rather to discuss with you the context of the settlement, the facts behind it, and why we believe that it is appropriate and in the best interest, not just of the company, but for the state. Settlements, as you know, are the product of significant negotiations between the parties, and that certainly was the case here. Over a period of many months, we spent hours with the board. That included the Gaming Control Board members, the Attorney General's office, as well as members of the Resorts World Board and ourselves in discussing the appropriate matters. We considered a great deal of factors and a lot of different considerations as to what an appropriate settlement would be. The stipulation that is before you today is a direct result of all of those considerations and all of those factors and the many, many hours that we've spent working with the board and the Attorney General's office on this. With that in mind, I'd like to turn to the background of this and share a little bit of context. The company, as soon as certain allegations came to its attention, promptly began an investigation led by external counsel to investigate. This included a review not only of the allegations, but anything else that arose during the course of that investigation. Throughout that process, recommendations were made for compliance enhancements. The company promptly implemented those to address any potential issues or perceived issues. The company also notified the board of those allegations, as well as provided updates on those matters. Having said that, the company has worked tirelessly. They've devoted significant time and resources, including millions of dollars, not only to address the issues, but to build a better company. We believe that the team and the company before you today is a different company than it was before. It's a Resorts World 2.0, if you will. Over a period of the past 18 months, the company has implemented significant changes. There are far too many for me to be able to name to you today, but I can share several with you that I think might be helpful for the record. First, the company has implemented a property level board of directors, which is led by compliance-minded individuals who are industry veterans. This includes the chair of the board, which is Jim Murrin. It includes Brian Sandoval, Kohan Tan, Michelle DeTondo, and A.G. Burnett. They have hired a new CEO, Alex Dixon, a new COO and CFO, Carlos Castro. They have created a new position for Chief Compliance Officer, for which they are hiring. They have provided to their employees through external counsel in-person enhanced AML compliance training sessions with a focus on suspicious activity. And those were tailored to different Resorts World departments and included training approximately 1,100 employees. They have changed their governance structure and the decision-making for the AML committee. They have made significant changes to their AML program, including to the policies and procedures. They have engaged UNLV to create a customized gaming compliance program for their executives and key employees. They also have had their key executives and employees go through an AML seminar by UNLV. They have hired additional compliance staff, and they have amended their gaming compliance program to include for direct reporting from Resorts World to Genting Burhad of any formal allegations or formal criminal charges against the company, any of their key individuals, or any affiliates. If I could turn to the AML program, I'd like to share some of the components of that I believe are relevant for this discussion. As to know your customer or KYC reviews, the company's policy is to review the entire patron file. This could include, for example, marker applications, bank account information, bank statements. It could include tax returns as appropriate. The company conducts enhanced due diligence. This includes on their top 5% or their top 15 cash patrons per month, as well as their top 25 cash patrons per year. They also memorialize all of their review that is conducted on the patrons, including the process and information learned. For any new SAR that it is determined would be appropriate to be filed, they will review, and if a patron has received a SAR or has been filed against the patron for a SAR in the past 2 years, then that information will be included in the narrative for the SAR. For source of funds reviews, the company's policy and practice is to review all available information to determine the person's source of funds and whether it is commensurate with their play. That may include information from databases or hosts. If the source of funds cannot be confirmed to the company's satisfaction, they will determine the appropriate measure, which could include filing a SAR. It could include banning the patron while they receive more information. The company also has amended their risk assessment on the basis of learnings from the internal investigation, which included adding additional factors such as high-risk patrons that may be involved in large cash transactions. They also mandate annual AML BSA compliance training. In the past year for the gaming employees, that has included training through a third-party product, as well as that in-person enhanced training that I mentioned. I think it goes without saying that all of the measures that I've talked about, as well as the many other measures that the company have made, are quite substantial. I would just note also for the record that Genting Burhad, through its order of registration, is required to maintain a revolving fund of $100,000, as well as to have a gaming compliance plan. They have complied with those requirements since their initial licensing. Resorts World Las Vegas also has a gaming compliance plan that has been reviewed and approved by the board chair. We have made some recommended changes that have been submitted to the board for review, and we will work with the board chair and staff on getting those approved. The company has made significant progress, not only to build a better company, but to reinvigorate its culture of compliance, and with the goal of seeking to become an industry leader in this area and having industry-leading policies and practices. The company has taken several measures in order to make that a priority and in order to move that forward. We are also committed to having an open dialogue with the board to share learnings from this matter. And the company has also volunteered, if applicable, to participate in an industry working group to share some of their learnings and potential best practices. The company has worked diligently to get where it is today and looks forward to continuing its partnership with the board and with the commission. And we respectfully request that the commission approve the settlement to allow the new Resorts World to move forward positively and to step out of this past chapter. Thank you.
Is there anything else? Affirmative,
thank
I
you.
mean. All right. Does anyone wish to start with questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you both for being here and for your presentations, which were all very thorough and covered the essential aspects of both the amended complaint and the stipulation. I did have a question regarding the hosts that were unnamed. They were identified in the documents as host 1 and host 2. I don't necessarily, I want to know if the names of those hosts were provided to the board so that the board could take appropriate action in either doing further investigation or discipline.
Yes, Commissioner, I can confirm that those hosts were, those names were provided to the board, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have much in the way of questions because I mean, I understand it. I think the allegations are very thorough. They're very detailed. And although I appreciate that the company is not accepting responsibility, and I'm surprised by that a little bit, just given the posture that it's in, they fell down on the job. I don't think there's any dispute about that there could be any reasonable dispute about that from anybody. I do appreciate the extensive efforts that the company has undertaken to move forward. This is not a situation where things were information wasn't available to them. It was there and leadership chose to ignore it. And, that's a huge problem. I do believe that the measures that you've taken address that. And in the interest of, it's a beautiful property. They've invested a lot in the community and they've provided, great employment to a lot of employees. So those are the things that I factor in on, whether I feel that the action is commensurate with this. Personally, I feel that the fine is on the low side, but in the interest of moving forward and given the tremendous expenses that I feel that the company is facing and has faced and will continue to face as it implements these corrective measures, in the interest of getting to a settlement, I'm prepared to support it for those reasons. I don't have any other questions.
If I could respond to that, Commissioner Solis-Rainey, I just want to add one point. You mentioned that the company has not accepted responsibility. I do want to say the company acknowledges and understands that things went wrong. The company is not saying that nothing went wrong and that adjustments were not needed at all. So I apologize if my earlier remarks gave that impression.
I don't know who is denying liability and pays $10.5 million. That's not a thing.
Exactly.
Usually. I have a factual question. Specifically on page 13 of the complaint, where it references Executive A, I would ask, first of all, who are the members of the AML committee that were on that committee in March, I believe, March 21st of 2023. Are they still on the AML committee? And is Executive A still employed by Resorts World?
Executive A is no longer employed by Resorts World, Chair Tagliati.
Because one of the things that I think is kind of important is when you're striking things or wanting to strike things, let's rewrite history, right? When someone brought something to our attention. And I guess I would ask, as part of your process changes and your best practices, how would this type of request that's documented here as made by Executive A be handled going forward?
Sure. I think that's a very good question, Chair Tagliati. I think from my perspective, how this should have been handled at the time would have been for the company to do additional diligence to determine more information on Mr. Boyer. And I think they would have documented a little bit more cleanly all of the process that went into that, as well as making sure that in advance, the AML committee members had training on what their role was in the AML committee. Also, I believe that from a governance perspective, it should have been a little bit more clear who the decision maker was. All of those things I can share with you have been corrected and are in place today.
How about specifically someone addressing that something be stricken from a previous meeting that might be an unsavory fact?
Yes,
that's being alleged by someone.
I think it is, and I think that's something that would be taken very seriously by the company, not only whether the striking should occur, which it did not in this case, it was kept in the record, but also why the employee felt that it should be stricken and figure out if there's something else that needed to be evaluated specifically with that employee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. I don't have any additional factual questions. I would ask Commissioner Marcantonis if he has any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair. I have been sufficiently and very efficiently debriefed on this series. First of all, I'd like to thank all the members of the esteemed members of the board for being here in front of us today. And of course, congratulate the new president and CEO for coming at the helm. In our discovery process, it seems to me that one of the things that confused me, and it probably confused some others, but may have been already resolved, and it might be beneficial to share with my colleagues. It seemed to me that the waterfall going upwards, not a waterfall coming downwards, the compartmentalization of the transfer of information in the company might be, or maybe in the past was overcomplicated because of the three, I think we talked about three entities that existed. And excuse me, I don't know them by name one by one. If it's not Gentine Berhard, it's somebody else, it's the local. And that could have muddied the waters, not to make excuses on behalf of anybody, but raising it perhaps is just something that hopefully can have been, maybe has been fixed and has been taken into account going forward so that we can avoid another issue. Would you like to just mention that or address that briefly?
Sure, I'm happy to, Commissioner Marcantonis. So in the past, the way that the structure and the information flow would work is the Resorts World management team would work with a team of board of directors at an intermediary company level, that's Genting Assets. The Genting Assets level had individuals who were executives of Genting Berhad to help assure that there was sharing of information. And then, of course, those executives could pass along what was appropriate up to the board of directors level at Genting Berhad. As you mentioned, there are several steps in that process. We believe that the implementation of the Resorts World Board of Directors right at that property level is not only going to provide more direct day-to-day oversight, but also will allow for a more streamlined reporting process to Genting Berhad as appropriate, as well as the other measures I mentioned in the compliance plan to provide for specific reporting in certain circumstances.
Thank you for that clarification. I have no other in-depth questions. I think if I make a comment as an observation, perhaps I've lived some of these lives in different times, that the action sticks that have been presented to us and that have been taken are very impressive. And it wouldn't be undertaken by anybody denying, because not only were they impressive, they're also expensive. And our main concern is certainly mine right away when all of this first broke out was the 4, 5, 6,000, however many team members there are there, and the wound that you can take. And many of the individuals who are in front of us today, you know, they know that culture, we've talked about culture and the loyalty of team members and what Nevada and the casino is all about, and imagining how they would feel. And of course, that then translates to the experience that they will dish out at the property level. But perhaps if the settlement is approved today, we will be able to put some of these behind us. The company will still carry the wound to its brand for a while, but perhaps the measures put in place will ease in the troubled waters. So thank you for answering my questions on that. That's all I have, Judge.
Sure. Commissioner Krolicki?
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, Ms. Okerberg, Mr. Ferrario, and our Attorney General's office, and all the folks who've worked so hard. It is clear that this process has consumed an extraordinary amount of time and talent and resources for all parties involved. And you know, this moment deserves to really be discussed thoroughly as we are. And I think it's a profound teachable moment for the industry, and not just the company, but for all involved. But you know, I'm sorry if this might go a little long, but you know, I vividly remember in June 21, if I remember correctly, the opening of Resorts World. You know, $4.5 billion, the first mega integrated resort in 10 years, the jobs that were created, and it's just a fantastic building. I mean, it's a stunning physical place to be, and I've certainly had the pleasure of wandering through that property on numerous occasions. So it was with great excitement and hope and opportunity, and Genting Berhad, you know, made a commitment. I mean, it was, you know, this is a great story, and I want to leave here today it continuing to get back on that path to be that story, and to be have a wonderful and successful business in Nevada and around the world. But oh my goodness, the reading of the original complaint, the second complaint, it's breathtaking. For 20 months, and I'll focus on this, Mr. Boyer, but you know, for 20 months, when processes and AML should take 90 days, you know, I don't want to be redundant on this, but I think it should be stated again. I mean, the lack of control, the lack of reward of open culture, and you know, team members reporting or doing certain things, but the failure up and down, you know, that floor to the C-suite, and I'll even argue, you know, beyond, you know, Las Vegas, was just, again, truly extraordinary. We had a discussion in June of 24 last year about reporting and governance with Resorts World, and Ms. Okerberg, you were very eloquent, as you always are and have been today. And I met Mr. Ratalal, who goes by George, and we had an extensive governance conversation. You know, part of my comfort with that is, you know, this was after the actions that were, you know, really here today, but nevertheless, a lot of the governance matters had not been, you know, addressed at that point, but the activities were for a period that was before. And I'll be very candid. I believed representations were made by the chair of the audit committee and respectfully by counsel that material events would be reported up. And I get it. I mean, you've got Genting Berhad, you've got things in between, you've got Genting Asset, that the lines were very difficult to follow, but I believed egregious behavior would be presented at the local level in minutes to subsequent higher authorities within Genting. I believe that's accomplished today, but again, the complaint wasn't until August. This was in June. So I'm vividly remembering that conversation and how it didn't quite match up. Complaint filed in August of last year. The Gaming Control Board has done an heroic effort to move this forward with all of you. I believe there were numerous animated conversations in negotiations about what was right, what was fair. Is 10.5 too much, too little? I understand, and I had to metabolize this. We've seen a larger fine for things that weren't on the gaming floor, and not over the same period of time and the failure of holistic governance. But I will give my colleagues on the Gaming Control Board, kudos for what they've done. It had to be significant. It is. People can argue all of that. People can argue, should more people have been captured in some of this process? But at the end of the day, the folks who made those decisions, allowed those decisions, who were in the C-suite, who were on the floor, who were in the pit, who were the hostesses, they're gone. So I will accept the stipulation as was done. Again, I can tweak it, I can argue it, but I accept it because I yield to the wisdom of the folks who negotiated, led by Chair Hendrick and others, to get this thing settled so we can move forward. I do believe that there's a lot of good that will come out of this bad. I think it's critical. We see new faces, new procedures, new compliance, new everything, and we've got a dream team of governance and board here in the front row today that weren't here a short while ago. You all have extensive Wikipedia pages. The reaction of Genting to the situation has been, spectacular. People seated in this room, but the changes that they've agreed to and the changes that have been made. So I believe this will be a wonderful fix and a new pivot for Resorts World, and I think up the chain to Genting. I also believe this is a clarion call up and down that street that AML, compliance, audit, all of these things that we talk about all the time, we really mean it. And, it's easy to say, but it's harder to do. And the lesson that is being learned today, the size of the penalty, the reputational risk that has happened, I think it's a clarion call again for the Strip to make sure that these rules are adhered to perfectly. Because if not, there are severe ramifications that are important. Nevada is a best in class, whatever we want to call it, regulatory environment. This is when I think the two-tiered regulatory system has served very well Nevada and the gaming companies that we regulate. You were in the trenches. Gaming Control Board went to bat. They wrestled. Again, it wasn't an easy thing for anyone, but now for the Gaming Commission to come in, I don't think it's for us to tweak or do things. I accept the hard work that was done. So with that, again, this is a big story. We need to keep shining a bright light into these activities, an even brighter light, so Nevada maintains its status as world-class and best-in-class status for not only the regulatory regime, but from the assets and the companies that operate here, the people from the world who come and enjoy the world-class, entertainment, and to the folks in Nevada who benefit directly from jobs or the taxes that are generated. I mean, this is a blip and we will get through it. It's an important thing to get through, but I hope all of the lessons available will be learned and carried forward for many, many years to come. I never want to do this again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Us either.
I just have two quick points. One was a clarification. Ms. Okerberg, my comment regarding the not taking responsibility had nothing to do with anything you said. I think your presentation was, on point and you clearly are taking responsibility. I was referring to the point in the stipulation where the company doesn't admit or deny the allegations. Again, I mean, that always strikes, it's like a no contest plea, but I'm old school, and if I did something wrong, I have no problem saying I did something wrong. So in my mind, that it's just a personal preference. The second point that I had, which will be quick, the director of cage operations that was on the committee and made the reports, is she still with the company?
That
He or
person
she?
is not, no.
Were punitive actions taken against her?
No, that person left independent of this matter.
Okay. That was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I made a note. I do have one more question and I neglected to mention it. What objection, if any, would either the board or the company have with a copy of the 120-day report being provided to the commission in the event that we vote in favor and everything goes through?
I don't believe the board has any objection.
Nor would the company.
Okay. And so if we were to, I would assume that that doesn't need to be part of a motion, does it? I mean, I'm just would ask that we be provided a copy of what the board is given as a result of the agreement.
We're happy to commit to that on the record, Chair Tagliati.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, I don't have any additional questions or comments as far as the no admission of liability. I mean, there's sometimes consequences outside of us that if we start ticky-tacking each sentence and you're admitting this but denying that, but then all of a sudden we have a hearing and not a resolution. So I understand the logistical and procedural reasons why that would happen. But again, I would state $10.5 million is certainly a significant admission that things were not right at the end, as you would say, or as I would say. So I appreciate the circumstances there, although I don't disagree with my colleague that, admitting when you do something wrong is a simple, basic premise that I think most of us would adhere to and want to do. This is a little bit different scenario. And so I'm okay with that for the record as my position. The only other thing I'd like to say is there was a gentleman that spoke at the beginning of this in public comments. And what I would say about that is obviously, I think anyone who practices gaming on and knows the open meeting law rules and the law understands that the commission can't take action. And because of our two-tiered system, we don't generate investigations, right? And so I think there's oftentimes maybe a public perception that we hear these things and we don't do anything, or we don't, we're not curious. That's not the case. We understand our role. And our role here is not to be doing investigations or entering in negotiations, but to consider and accept or reject a hardly negotiated settlement. And so I, for one, assuming there's a motion brought, will support it. And it sounds like through all of that, Commissioner, that you're also supporting it.
I am.
So is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, I just want to say thank you one more time to the Attorney General's Office, Gaming Control Board leadership, and to the company and to the future of the company. And I do note that if there are further issues, from the federal government, that the Gaming Control Board has the opportunity to reopen this matter. And I think that was a critical part of what, again, were certainly fierce negotiations behind the scene. But again, I appreciate it. I think it's been appropriately handled. And Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. The public really does need to understand that our job is today to say yes or no. We are not an investigative body. Those aren't the tools that we have as a gaming commission. So with that, I would move that the stipulation for settlement or order with Genting Berhard, Peak Avenue Limited, Susanna Duda, Genting Assets, RWLV Holdings LLC, and Resorts World Las Vegas, doing DBA as Resorts World Las Vegas, with the state and this commission be approved, be accepted.
Any further discussion, any discussion on the motion? There being no additional discussion on this matter, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the record should reflect that Commissioner Silver recused from this matter and did not participate in the hearing or the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, it's my understanding that I promised our court reporter a break. So now we will take a 10-minute break for the people on the ends. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're starting. Okay.
Chair Tagliani must have been a tough mother.
Okay, we are back on the record. And we are moving to our next agenda item. Madam Secretary, if you could please read that into the record.
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee registration appeal. That item is Rogelio Villon, case number 24LV00934.
Sir, you want to have a seat? You need to turn on the mic first. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So I always start these appeal hearings the same way. I give you an explanation of the process so that you have an understanding of how it works procedurally.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is, first of all, before we start, you should know we have a copy of all of the materials from the proceedings, including a transcript of your hearing. Okay, so that hearing that you had, bless you, the hearing that you had on, what's the date of it? I have the date here. November 6, 2024. We have an entire transcript of it, as well as your letter that you wrote and all the other materials.
Okay.
So we review that before you get here. And then what we do is we give you the opportunity to make any statement on your own behalf that you wish to make. Then my colleagues can ask you questions, and once those questions are answered, I give you the opportunity to make any final comments that you want to make. And then we will move into what's, a motion. Someone will make a motion one way or another. And that's the part where you're done. And if we're discussing the motion, it doesn't usually involve you, right? Because you're not voting. And that's when the decision will be made. You should understand that the rules require us to be bound by the evidence that was presented at the hearing and in the materials, meaning we can't take new evidence at this hearing. You can't call a family member up, have them take an oath and have them make a statement. That's not happening because we are constrained like an appellate court would be, right? So it's kind of the same analogous situation. So we are confined to what you say here today to us, the arguments or comments that you want to make, what we've been given, including the hearing and the testimony from the hearing that we have a transcript of. That's what we're talking about today. Do you have any questions about the procedure before we get started?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you please state your name for our court reporter, please? I know you can't see her, but she is taking down everything that we say, and it's really important. So far, you're doing great, that we don't speak over each other, right? Like I don't speak over you, I let you finish, you don't speak over me, because then she can't get who's saying what.
My name is Rogelio Christopher Villon.
Okay, and now is your opportunity to let us know what you want us to know for your appeal.
Basically, I'm here of two things that I forgot to put on my application. And the reason for that, when I changed new location at my prior job, I just updated it to new location. I did not put it on there for any reasons to hide anything. The two things that I forgot to put on my application were two domestic issues. And basically those two incidents with two different family members, it was misconstrued and it was just a family argument.
Okay, is there anything else you would like us to know before I let I don't need to let them, but before I ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you?
Basically, at my job, I'm a slot technician, and I deal with people all the time. I have great customer service. I've never had any altercations with employee or customers, period. So I feel like the two things I didn't put on my application is irrelevant for me not to have a gaming license.
Okay. Just so that you know, part of the record that we have from below is also the September 18th, 2024 letter from Kirk DeViet.
Yes, that's the slot director of my old job, Railroad Pass.
Yes, we have that. So that's also part of our record.
Okay.
Okay. At this time, I would start this one on my left and the next one on my right. Commissioner Silver, do you have any questions or comments for the?
I really don't have any questions. I just wondered why you thought these convictions for a violent crime, which you were convicted of misdemeanor battery, why you feel like they're irrelevant if they're asking you on an application to put down any arrests, convictions. What in your mind would think that something like that's irrelevant on a gaming application?
I don't mean that was irrelevant for me to put it on the application. I mean, I've never had a situation inside a casino for it to.
But it doesn't say
for me
that
to
on
lose my license. That's what I meant. And I apologize the way I said it was incorrect.
So you felt it was just irrelevant to your job duties?
No, I feel like I didn't want my gaming license taken away for something that's happened outside of a casino. I didn't take it off my application for a reason. That's not what I meant. I meant for me to have my gaming license taken away for something that happened at my home life. It should, not be so serious for working in a casino, because I've never had a problem working in a casino with anybody.
Who were the individuals that made the 911 calls on both of those events?
My family members.
It wasn't you?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Villon. Where are you currently employed? Can you?
Nowhere. I was working at the Railroad Pass. Right. I had like 88 days in. Okay. And then my boss told me gaming called and you have to go home today.
Okay. So how long have you now been unemployed?
Since last October.
Okay. I know in the record that you have been obviously trying to also deal with some health issues with your family, and I hope that they are recovering or are feeling better.
Yes, that's correct. My dad is in early stages of dementia, so we had to help out with stuff like that.
Well, Godspeed and his health getting better. Good. I don't have any other questions from what I have read going through the record. I did hear what you've just said, where you would think that at least one of the belief that because something happens in your home, that does not translate to gaming regulators. And that is not, as you probably have learned by now, that is not how it works. That anything to do with any kind of background that involves police or the law, and particularly in your case where it was labeled as domestic battery and so on, these things still fall within the jurisdiction of this group, because our responsibility is to keep this industry as pristine as possible in its reputation.
Of course.
So I just wanted to clarify for you in case you were unaware.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions right now, but thank you for answering that, Chair.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Villon, thank you for being here. Just to follow up on Commissioner Marcantonis's point, we're, in a sense, the Gaming Control Board regulates the industry throughout the state, and they have very limited staff. So one of the things that we rely on is on people being truthful and bringing fully, giving us all of the information. Somebody with a domestic battery, an older domestic battery conviction, or, even other convictions, can still be licensed to work in the industry in certain circumstances. Obviously, they look at the nature of the offense, the time that has gone by and such, but not disclosing it in itself brings up it's a big issue for us because we need that candor to us. That's what we rely on to really take action, is for people to self-report information and to be truthful in their applications. And just for, future reference, should you reapply or, in any other instances, you have to read your applications carefully because it was asking for arrests. So even if you had been arrested and not taken a plea and never been convicted, it still requires disclosure. And that disclosure is important. I used to work in the industry and I would tell my employees, I'm like, the easiest way to get denied is to not disclose something. It's not for what you did, it's for failing to disclose even the minor things. So keep that in mind as you go forward. I understand the challenges of helping to care for elderly parents and for, disabled family members. It's tough, but you have to just, stick with it. Family is family. And I understand that, you're going to disagree, but you all need to, to the extent that you can live in harmony and attend to the needs of those that need it, you need to do that. I don't know how this is going to go. I will tell you, my concern is the fact that you indicated you're still on probation and you don't know for how long. The record indicated maybe 2025, maybe 2026. And you weren't sure.
It's basically until I pay a fine, but my probation is for driving situation.
Understood, but it has been at least my consistent policy not to ever support an application where you're still in constructive custody. That means that the state still has a hold on you somehow. And until you get rid of that probation, I wouldn't be comfortable supporting your application. So even though if it's just a fine, it's important to get that cleared up so you can get off of probation. Is that because you didn't pay it was a fine related to the DUI?
Yes, it's basically the restitution.
Okay.
So basically I had to pay a fine and then they make me go to counseling once a week, which is for my driving incident that happened in 2023. So
have you been going to the classes?
I had to go every Thursday.
And you're going to those?
Yes.
But you haven't paid the fine. And as I understand it, you're saying your probation will continue.
I'm paying on it, but I haven't finished it. It's supposed
so
to
until
be,
that gets paid off, you will remain on probation. Is that what your understanding is?
Basically, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that, but that's a concern to me, just, because of the position. We try to be very consistent in these matters and treat everybody the same. And if you're in constructive custody, I'm not going to be able to support your application. Even, I believe in you when you say you just didn't think to list those. Again, I hope you now understand the importance of disclosing everything, even if it's just an application to change locations for your employer. You always want to be complete and thorough. And if too much information is going to be better than not enough in this setting. So if you're ever in doubt, disclose it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I just want to clarify something. So you said fine, but what I'm hearing is I had counseling I have to pay for. I had a fine I had to pay for. Did you pay the fine and you still have to finish the counseling and pay for the counseling, or you didn't pay the fine?
It's together. Like basically the counseling was supposed to be for 1.5 years, pay for the classes and the restitution.
Okay.
So if I
You
finish
say restitution, what are you referring to? Did
the
you
fine,
damage
that's
something?
what no.
Okay,
I
so
literally,
restitution.
that's what they called it.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess what I'm getting at is there something you could have done community service for? Because sometimes people don't have the money to pay the fine and the court system is pretty good about giving you the option to do community service. So my question to you is, do you have a fine that's unpaid that you could have done community service for since you're not working?
They want me to pay the fine.
Okay.
Basically.
Or restitution, whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, it's like a pay as you go, like every month. But if I can pay more, but I don't have
So
the income right now.
what I'm hearing is you're talking about the counseling expense. They are letting you pay on a sliding scale of your income every month to go to the counselor, and you're
Yeah.
not up to speed on that. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
Yeah.
That's not a fine. That's paying for the services you're getting, right? The counseling, it's not free.
Well, I haven't started paying that, but they said I won't, even though I finished the whole probation period, I have to pay full $2,000,
Sure.
which I've been really waiting to pay as soon as I get a job as a slot tech. 'Cause that's what I do. I've been doing it for over 20 years.
Well, so here's what I'm gonna say, since I have the floor. First of all, I've been doing this now for 4 years, and you are the first person that forgot to put something on an application because it was so recent. I don't know how you forget jail, right? So that's, it's one thing to say it happened 20 years ago, it happened 10 years ago, but you are the
Right.
first one to ever say, it was so recent, I forgot. That's just very interesting to me, because I'm thinking most people that get arrested, cited, or whatever, if it's recent, it's easier to remember. Logistically, that part is very interesting to me. But setting that aside for a second, what Commissioner Solis Rainey said was exactly what I was going to say, which is going back to the years that I've been doing this. I'm in my 4th year, right? What we try to do is we try to treat similar, not, can always, of course, guarantee anything, but we try to treat similarly situated people and issues the same, while taking into account mitigation, meaning the factors that we should look at why someone might be given some, deference for their mistake, or, forgiveness, if you will. And so what I would say is, going to what she said about, we tend to be, historically, at least in the years I've been here, it's very concerning for us when things are not reported in this self-regular, when we're relying on people to do it. And for me, it was so recent, I forgot, is not going to work for me to make some exception in my view. So I just want to make that known. And I'm going to pass the floor to Commissioner Krolicki, should he choose to have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati, Mr. Villone. Thank you for being here. I know it's not easy. It takes effort and some courage to come up and do these things. I have no personal knowledge, but I believe that you are a very good slot technician. But having the ability to work in the gaming industry in Nevada is a privilege. And what you do outside of the casino matters. Your personal conduct, your character, your arrest records, things like that. And I hope that you would someday get back in the industry and do what you do well. But I think it's too soon. You're still under constructive custody, so it's very difficult to grant you what you're asking for today. And I know you want to get back to work as a slot technician, but getting these things behind us, you can still generate income. There are lots of jobs in Southern Nevada that you don't need to be have a gaming registration for. So I would urge you to look at that. I know it's difficult at home. You got a father with early dementia, but I'm not prepared to grant your request today.
Okay, do you have any other comments you wish to make before I ask for a motion by one of my colleagues?
So how long would I have to wait to get my gaming license if I did?
Well, here's the thing. We give you an explanation if it doesn't look like it's going to work out for you today. So let me get that on the record, and then we give you an explanation of what's next.
Okay.
Does anyone have a motion?
I move to sustain the objection of the Gaming Control Board.
All right, the motion has been made to sustain the objection to Rogelio Villone's registration as a gaming employee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And there are none opposed. Okay, so it's my understanding that based upon this is a 1-year limitation. Okay, I mean, excuse me, limitation. This is a 1 year, so you can seek your gaming registration card again in a year.
Mr. Villalon, what that means is that you can file an application for reconsideration. It's not a given. You wouldn't automatically be given your gaming card back. You file a document the same way you did it. Do you file
So I
an
just
appeal?
send it through an
Yeah,
email?
you can, is it through the enforcement or through the executive secretary?
I still have that email on my phone, but
It would go through the hearing examiner.
Okay, so you would notify the hearing examiner that it's a year from today is the earliest you can do it. You would ask for reconsideration of the decision objecting to your gaming card. And then that would start the process and there would be a hearing similar to what you had
how would I
previously.
contact the hearing?
I think that's who
examiner?
was contacting you. Yeah, the hearing examiner that you had your prior hearing before in November. If
I
you
would email
contact the
her.
board, the main number, you can find out who that is. If you contact them and tell them that you need to file for reconsideration on a gaming card, they can give you that information. But in doing so, keep in mind that the same issues are still going to arise. You know, if you're still in constructive custody, it's still going to be difficult for some of us to support it. So what I would urge you and your family to do is to focus on getting those past fines and things cleared up. Like Judge Tagliati said, Chair Tagliati said, you can sometimes go back to the court, explain to them you're unemployed and ask to do community service to get some of those fines reduced. But it's important that you get all of that cleared up, before you come back. Okay.
The other tip I would have is don't get arrested or cited for anything in the next year. You have a better chance that
I
way.
haven't in 2 years.
Understood. That's your best shot. So, and you can always, the folks at the board are very helpful. Madam Secretary is very helpful. They will direct you to the hearing officer in, you might want to start in 11 months and
From this very date.
in 2 weeks. 11 months and 2 weeks, you can start your process of trying to submit your paperwork and whatnot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Keep your nose clean.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next agenda item?
Next for your consideration is one gaming employee request for reconsideration. That item is Miguel Gonzalez, case number 2020-4058E.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sir, did you hear my explanation of how the process works to the previous gentleman who had his hearing?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any questions about that before we get started?
No, I think I got a good understanding of it.
Okay, ready when you are.
Okay, my name is Miguel Angel Gonzalez. Do you want me to give my statement now? Yeah, I'm from
Please.
West Wendover, Nevada. After hearing the previous person, I also forgot to include some of the things in my the other hearing I had before this one. It wasn't intentional at all. I just kind of had a few things that happened in those last 2 years that it was asking for that I kind of forgot about. It was never intentional. If I would have remembered, I would have put it down. So that was my mistake. I should have put a little bit more effort into finding those things.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, do I continue? I made some mistakes. As you can see on all my paperwork, there's pretty bad stuff on there. I understand that. I realize that. And I'm not here to give any excuses for anything that I did. I take full accountability for everything. I do believe that, everybody deserves a second chance, as long as they prove their worth for it. And as of right now, I haven't gotten any trouble since the last thing you see on there. Haven't even got any tickets pulled over, nothing like that. My life's going good right now. I have a son that's 2 years old, so that kind of happened like a year after everything happened. I also am in college. I finished college in May, the 22nd of May. So I have that going for me. I would like another opportunity to work for the casinos again. Specifically as a dealer, I feel like I made pretty good money as that. And me having a child now, I feel like it would be a lot of help financially. Yeah, that's all I could think about right now. But I do realize the things that I've done, and it's nothing like that anymore. I've completely changed my life, like 360. A lot of people I was hanging around with previously when all that happened, they just weren't the best group of people. So I don't hang around those kind of people no more at all. I just focus my time on my kid and my girlfriend and just my family and my school. I need to finish my school, so I'm almost done.
Okay, thank you. I started on my left last time, so I'm going to start on my right this time. Commissioner Króliki, questions or comments?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you for being with us. And as I said before, it takes some courage and effort to be here, and especially from West Wendover. So appreciate you coming down to Southern Nevada. You said all the right things today. Thank you. But having a child changes life, and going back to school. What are you studying?
Electricity.
Well, I appreciate your desire to want to get back in the industry. And I know you've kept your nose, clean and been honorable for a couple of years now, but it's still fresh. And what you did, they were serious, very serious things. So I will, wait to listen to my colleagues, but it doesn't give me any pleasure to say this, but I'm not sure that I'm ready to grant you your request today. I feel it's too soon, but I think, if you were to come back, and if I still had an ability to be here and you've got an impeccable record for another year, I could look at it differently. I'm proud of what you've accomplished most recently, but it just doesn't cover, in my mind, what's in our record before us today.
I understand. I respect your opinion, sir.
Commissioner Solis Rainey.
Mr. Gonzalez, I didn't have any additional, well, actually, I did have one question. Are you working currently? I know you're going to school.
Right now, so since I am going to school Monday through Thursday, I do have a schedule to take care of my son, because me and the mother of my child aren't together. So I co-parent him on Friday through Sunday, and she takes over the rest of the week. So as of right now, I'm not working, but before I went to college, I saved the tuition itself was like $10,000. The tools was like $3,000. The books was like $5,000. I saved up more than $20,000 to pay for everything, but then at the very end, the grant paid for everything. So I'm just kind of sitting on all that money right now. But I do plan on getting employed after I complete my schooling.
How close are you to completing?
May 17th is my graduation.
Of this year?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. So at that point, I mean, you'll have hopefully the flexibility to get a schedule that works with your son and still be gainfully employed, obviously, to contribute towards his care.
Yes, of course.
Okay. I didn't have any other questions. I mean, it's a tough situation because there could have been horrible outcomes.
I understand.
What happened.
Yeah. And
but I appreciate that you've changed your life around and you're focused, as you should be, on your child and on bettering yourself. I do believe people deserve second chances. It looks like you got one back in 2020 when they gave you a limited license. Things went south, but you seem to be on the right track. I'm also of the opinion that, I'd like to see you stay clean a little bit longer before supporting it. I probably could go either way at this point, depending on, my colleagues is what they have to say, but I feel like more time might be needed.
No, I understand. And if that's the outcome of what needs to happen, and I completely accept it. I understand. But just know that when all that happened, I was just young in a really completely different mindset. And honestly, I'm so grateful that I just got out of that mindset, because I don't think I'll ever return back to it. And I'm just looking forward to what comes next.
Well, you seem like a good, great young man that's focused on the right things now. So whatever happens, I do urge you to continue on that path.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So if I'm reading the materials correctly, this incident with the discharging the firearm in the casino where a gun went off, that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, that's for me, not enough time. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at all of this. I appreciate you're very articulate, well-spoken. You came West Wendover and you're sincere and earnest and respectful. All of those things vote in your favor. But for me, no chance today. I think that, while it seems like you are maturing, I emphasize the ing in that, and I'm not comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable doing anything different than, as a matter of fact, I don't know what the motion will be. I'm not sure I agree with the 1 year, but I will see what the motion is and then make my decision.
Thank you. I understand.
Commissioner Marcantonis.
Listen, you are on the right track. Everyone's told you that. May 17th, it's around the corner.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, you already know this, that any little uneven one the age of yours can sober one up very quickly. Maybe you were hanging around with the wrong crowd. Do you still own a gun?
Yes, I do, legally, but I just literally keep it in my shed, like where it's locked, and I keep it in the case and everything, and I lock it up, and I don't even touch it. I just,
That's good.
traumatizing me to ever go to even like.
Yeah, because already it didn't work out for you.
Yeah, it's just so much instances.
I'm glad you had the word one thing legally. We're surrounded by attorneys and everything.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not the point. The point is when you've got a little one, you're right. You need to follow the rules carefully, not only for your own sake, because it affected you badly one time for whatever reason, it makes no difference. And secondly, because now you have another little life to keep an eye on.
Yes, sir.
And you will weigh as a father, as a parent, what's more important. So you are going to have to wait a bit longer. You've already sensed that. I don't have to tell you that. The question is how long? But if you stay on this track, I know that if I was listening to this at a certain time in the distance, so I would be going a different way. Because as you've heard from all my colleagues, you are showing the signs that you may have turned the corner. Welcome to the world.
Yeah, thank you.
So stay there, because you got to be an example now to the little one.
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, it's just as simple as that. It's nothing to do with what 5 strangers in front here adjudicate. That's one thing. But you're going to be judged by him one day when he grows up and when he understands about his old man.
Absolutely.
Think about that.
I will.
Okay, I don't need to say anything else, Chair. I was trying to just be educational, not trying to be philosophical.
Okay. No, I understand. Thank you for what you had to say.
Good luck, and I'll be here to see you, I hope, the next
sir.
time you're here.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Chair.
Commissioner Silver.
Thank you. Well, I echo the statements and comments by my colleagues. And certainly what you present today doesn't appear to be what we read as far as the materials. So congratulations to you on that. I want to ask you, I was just curious, the electrician field is such a amazing field. I know I've encouraged some other youth to do it because of the money that's made and the need for electricians. And I guess I'm just wondering, you had a work card, it looks like, as a security guard at the Red Garter Hotel, right? And my question is, what or why do you even want to regain this type of license if you're going into electrician field?
Yes, I did feel like I was going to get asked that question, and I'm a little hesitant to say it, but I kind of just want like a little backup plan. Also like on the weekends right now, like since I'm not working, and it would be really convenient for me to work in Wendover where I live. I would like to work on the weekends as a dealer, and as well as over the summer to save up a little bit more money. But yeah, no, actually my plan is ultimately to work as an electrician. I just kind of wanted like a little backup plan because I did make really good money as a dealer as well. So just something like that. I wanted to make the attempt to try to get my gaming license if I needed it.
I don't think you're gonna get much weekend. I don't know. I couldn't get an electrician to come to my house for like a month because they were so booked. Literally, they had no one. So that's surprising to me that you would even be able to, you know, have another job, but maybe that's the way it goes in West Wendover or something. Are you gonna be here or in West Wendover?
No, I think it was a misunderstanding. I just want the job right now as in for school, like as I'm in school right now. So Monday through Thursday I go to school. And then Friday through Sunday I want to work as a dealer to save up some money because I'm not currently working right now. So
Do you have a dealing, did you go to dealing school too?
no, I didn't go to dealing school, but I worked as a dealer for like a year and a half, and I was really good at it.
Oh, okay.
At the Nugget, yeah. I was really good at it. I was really recognized. I learned the games pretty fast. I feel like I was a really asset to the business, to the company.
Interesting. Okay. And you'll be living in West Wendover even as electrician as well?
If things don't go my way, it just really depends. If I can get into the mines, which are mostly in Elko, Nevada, then I'll probably move over there. But I would like to stay closer to home, so since that's where my family's at. But most likely I will be moving where there's opportunities and more like for financial wise.
And how will that work with your child?
I think it's gonna take a little work with me and his the mother of his child, the mother of my child. But I think that we have a pretty good co-parenting system going on right now. I think we'd be able to
I mean,
figure it
if
out.
you move, I don't know how far Wendover, I'm not as familiar with Wendover as where it is to Elko.
Elko's like an hour and a half.
Okay.
But usually right there at the mines, they have like a 5-4 and then a 4-5 schedule. So I feel like I'd be able to, and I also have my parents and a lot of close relatives that would help assist with my son if I needed it to.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate your comments, Eric.
Yeah, no problem.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Sir, now is your opportunity to make any final statement you wish to make before I call on one of my colleagues to make a motion.
No, I just appreciate the time to be here and you guys hearing me out.
Thank you. Does anyone have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to sustain the Nevada Gaming Control Board's objection to Mr. Gonzalez's gaming registration as a gaming employee. I'm sorry, did I say that?
For the record, their objection included a recommendation that the petitioner be allowed to reapply for gaming registration 1 year following the date of this order. Correct? So that's the motion.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
May I ask a question before we end this?
Sure.
Would it be a good idea to put it in next year or should I wait a little longer?
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
But hold on one second. So discussion on the motion? I'm not going to support the motion because of the 1 year, but I certainly respect the rest of you and your decision-making in that regard. So
When you say you're not going to support it because of the 1 year, because you
yes.
Okay.
I guess can I have a comment before that?
Sure.
The only comment I would say is I would agree with Chair Tagliati in that 1 year on a discharge of a firearm on a casino seems extremely like it's too short of a time period as well. And I don't know. I mean, in my mind, I thought about 3 years, but I think 1 year is just because of the actual nature of this. Nobody walks into a casino with a gun. And
Yeah.
so I'm just very surprised. And then it goes off. I'm just surprised it was 1 year. Just because of the nature of it, despite your, good intentions. So I just wanted to on that.
I'm a little confused on the 1 year. Is that the time frame that I was on probation or how long ago it happened?
No, it's the time frame that the person, the hearing master recommended, or commissioner, a hearing examiner. I knew I was missing the right word, sorry. The hearing examiner recommended, it's to your credit, right? Like the rules allow for a maximum of up to 5 years before you could be reconsidered versus 1 year.
Right.
So it's to your credit that the recommendation was for 1 year,
Okay.
which would be the lowest recommended time period with an actual objection, right?
No, I understand now what you're saying. I did think that it was going to be 5 years, but so you're saying it's 1 year?
Well, the motion right now being made is that the hearing examiner's determination be upheld. And so what I'm saying is nothing personal to you, but I'm voting no on that motion because I don't think 1 year is enough.
Okay,
My
okay.
guess is what I'm hearing down here is there's also probably a no because Commissioner Silver doesn't think it's enough.
Okay.
And we haven't heard from anybody.
Okay, no, I understand where we're at right now. Okay.
Okay, but we haven't voted yet.
Okay.
Say. Any other?
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
I
It's
guess
your
I've looked-
hearing, so it's okay for you to have questions and get them answered.
The
It's
only
about
extra,
you.
All right.
Okay.
the only extra comment I would make with that is being that 5 years is maximum. And 1 year being the lightest one that we do. In my mind, I thought about 3 years might be appropriate because of the mitigation of how you've changed your life and turned it around. So actually, even though it sounds bad right now, it's actually much better than what it could have been, like you said, maximum of 5 in my mind. So that's the only comment I want.
Okay, thank you.
But the only thing that can happen right now is there's a motion unless the motion gets amended by the maker of the motion. It has to be voted on. If it gets voted up, then it'll be a year. If it gets voted down, then someone else makes another motion. So we don't know yet.
Okay.
Okay, and I didn't let Commissioner Krolicki talk yet, or did you? I'm sorry, I can't keep. Did you have anything else?
Well, I mean, I made the motion. I'm deferring to there's a reason the Gaming Control Board, made the recommendation that we allow you the chance to come back. It's not a given that you would get your gaming card back in a year. And I felt that perhaps they saw the same changes in you that I'm seeing, and I was happy to defer to that. I'm happy to amend it to a longer term if the majority of my colleagues feel that's adequate. Again, I mean, to me, there's no sense in imposing a very long period because that's only an opportunity for you to come back. I mean, people at that point will have an opportunity to reevaluate what other improvements he's made in his life and how you've maintained the current changes that we're seeing. I mean, you're being very responsible with your studies, with your child, with staying out of trouble and such. So I would be comfortable with 1. I'm also comfortable with 2 if that makes people more.
Call for the question.
Thank you.
So rather than have an amended motion, because we don't know where that will fall, why don't we just vote on the motion and then we can go from there after that. We could always do a second motion for a different number if it doesn't pass. So all in favor, say aye, and I'm going to call by name just so that we can keep track. All in favor of the motion, Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye. Commissioner
Marcantonis?
Aye.
Tagliati is a nay. Commissioner Silver?
Nay.
Okay. So 1 year.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Don't waste.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good luck.
Next on our agenda are the administrative reports. If we could start with our chair of the board.
It's a long walk.
It's a big room.
It's a big room with big screens and big faces on the screens.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati and Commissioners. The April board meeting of the Nevada Game Control Board will be a 2-day meeting for the first time in several years. And I attribute that to the fact of the investigations division's diligent work and the fact that they are trying to move applications forward as quickly as possible. So we are going to expect to have 18 non-restricted items on Wednesday, April 9th, and 9 restricted items and 1 patron dispute on Thursday, April 10th. A busy meeting will be a busy meeting for you as well later in April. I'm also very happy to say that the board and commission meetings for the remainder of this year will be held in this room. We've reserved this room for the entire year. And at some point, I also expect that board and commission meetings will be held at the building that actually is called the Hearings Room Building, which is probably the most non-marketing name of any building I've ever heard. But if you go just to the north of us here, two buildings, there's another beautiful building, and I want to thank our colleagues in the legislature for allowing us to use this room. And that building is actually a shared building between the executive branch and the legislative branch. So I would expect that someday board and commission meetings will also be held there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know I speak for my colleagues when we want to thank you for your efforts in getting us a place. Thank you. From the Attorney General's office today.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
All right. Hello. Is there anyone present in Carson City that wishes to make public comment? It appearing there's no one in Carson City. Sir, you wish to make public comment?
Yes, my name is Ed Euling. My family moved here. We moved here 82 years ago in 1943. I was a 3-year-old kid. And I remember the day that the first casino opened, the Bugsy Siegel opened his hotel. I was 7 years old. When I was about 11 years old, the tourists started to arrive in Las Vegas, and the hotel started to be built. And my family would be called to host visitors because they were having to sleep in their cars in the heat of the day, and so we would host these people visiting Las Vegas. Since then, of course, the hotels were built, the industry prospered, and for myself, I've attended a number of meetings and gotten a lot of information about what goes on. But this meeting to me was very disturbing because a casino owned by foreigners, by the way, and I think that's significant, doesn't know the source of the income coming to them from a gambler. There's this huge problem. Well, how about looking at how the casinos get their money, are stealing their money, from the residents of Las Vegas and of Nevada. And how do they do that? By giving so-called contributions, I call them bribes, to public officials. So they create laws that steal our property. There were 3 years ago, there were 10,000 people hosting people like my parents did, visitors to Las Vegas. But the casinos that you supervise paid the public officials, the assembly, the county commission, to create a law to steal hundreds of millions of dollars from local residents, the 10,000 people. Those 10,000 people are now down to 200 people that are able to legally, it's so sickening, legally able to host people.
Sir?
That's where these casinos are getting it. They're stealing our property. Sir? In order to do that.
Sir, it's always awkward to interrupt someone when they're not done, but there is a requirement that I impose on everyone, and that's a 3-minute limitation on public comment as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction, and I can't make exceptions.
Oh.
So you're over it. And so
Well, please look at
comment.
these other factors, how these casinos are stealing.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair Tagliati, a quick question under public comment.
Yes.
So with the news that the Gaming Control Board has the first two-day meeting in a long while, what do you envision our meeting to be logistically? Will that be a two-day also, or it's not clear at this point?
No, it'll just be the longest day of your life.
You got a
I
lot
would
of
pack,
competition.
I would
in
pack an
that
overnight
day,
bag, my
but,
friend.
Yeah, I've had some good ones, so that's gonna be a long day. All right, so one long day is what we're looking at. But I do point out for the record, the first time you have a two-day meeting, you know, it comes on the retirement of Chief Hoffman and new Chief Rippey. It's under your watch that, you know, all this work came out. So congratulations.
April 27th, I think.
Is that a Tuesday?
Yeah. Is it the 27th is our meet? I'm sorry, I don't have the date handy. The April.
24th.
24th. So, hopefully that's, you know, we are going to be efficient and I'm going to be very rigorously examining for consent items. So without further ado, this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of March. We are adjourned.